for everyone who is here. And hello. And yeah, very welcome. And we have plenty of people also in the web because many foreign cities and also more foreign researchers have joined us. So we start with the workshop for exploring the urban challenges that have been proposed to us for the round 4 of the Smart City Challenge from 25 cities and campuses from 15 countries. So the day would look like so that first I will tell about this process and setup of the Smart City Challenge so you understand what you are trying to participate, because it's quite different from the usual grant schemes. And then during the day, we have 3 sessions presenting those 34 challenges. So all the cities and campuses have about 3 minutes to tell you orally also about what you have hopefully read in the written form at our homepage. And you have an opportunity to ask some quick questions to understand more about the ones that you are maybe interested to propose solutions for. After lunch, we also have a guest speaker from Malmö who tells about their experiences, what innovation solutions have they already implemented really to achieve this climate neutrality and how the cooperation with different sides has been going on. So that's the day. The session is also recorded, so if you miss some parts or some of your colleagues want also to listen, you can do it also later on. But as we have some new people who haven't been cooperating with us, so very shortly, yes, we are the Finnish Center for Smart Cities. That is a venture started by Taltech and Aalto, so 2 universities, the research teams from those 2 universities. And really, we are passionate about making cities better living environments for people, but also for the planet, and get the research results to the street. And we also have kind of numerical ambition that the 10 smart solutions developed by us get implemented in at least 30 European cities by 2030. At the moment, the position is we have 4 of the solutions developed by us are implemented in 4 cities in Estonia at the moment, but daily we are working to achieve more and more. But today, yes, we are here about the piloting program. It started in 2020 and this financing will end in 2028. But yeah, what it's special, it's quite large pilot projects that always start with gathering urban challenging, understanding what are really the issues cities need to solve, and then the researchers can propose solutions and develop them together with cities. And the end result is then a scalable product that we can sell then worldwide, hopefully, or in several countries. So we need to take into account the international context. So it's not just a thing for one city or one campus. And of course, we love happy citizens and sustainable cities. So that should be wider impact for us as well. Where this money comes from, it's the European Regional Development Fund, plus Estonian state money through the Ministry of Research and Education. So this money is given to the Finnish Center for Smart Cities to develop the sustainability of the center, so stay alive and prosper for long term, meaning it's not a cascade grant, but we want those solutions that we develop together with you to become successful, and then we earn back from the success of those businesses and invest this into new pilots. Hopefully we can continue also round 5 and so forth. So at the moment we are investing then 15 million into 13 new smart city solutions. In round 1 and 2, we have already developed 6 solutions and they are now on the way to the market. 1 already has been selling quite well, and round 3 is in the midway, and here we are for round 4. So these 6 solutions, they also are on our homepage, so you can take a look. In case your city or campus would also need one of these, please contact us and we can see how you could get use of these. In the rounds 1 and 2, we were working mostly with the Estonian cities. That's the reason why you see at the moment these locations where the pilots were done in Estonia, but in rounds 3 and 4, we always want also a city from another country to be part of that. Round 3, we started in last August or September. Then we had 42 cities from 11 countries who were then proposing or voting for the challenges. Then by November, researchers and companies proposed 30 initial ideas. After that, the cities were choosing which ones they like, and they formed kind of consortia. And based on that, we then have selected 6 ideas to the finals, with whom we are actively now working to get these full proposals by August 22. And most probably 3 of them will be chosen and will start on November 1 from this round 3. So these are the short headings of those 6 ones that are in the finals. You can find a little bit more information also at our homepage, but in most of the cases, you get the kind of initial idea what they are dealing with. And in each of the pilot, there are minimum 2 cities, one from Estonia and one from somewhere else. In several cases, there are more cities in reality involved. But yeah, here we are for the round 4 that has started beginning of May. We have gathered those city challenges, and now we go on from here. We make the decisions in 1 year, whom we will finance and really do. And the 4th round, the pilot projects will start on September 1. We still let all the teams to have the summer vacation, and then they can start from September. So about the process, as said, it is not the usual grant thing, so try to pay attention and ask questions if something seems really weird or fuzzy. What we did, we have gathered now the urban challenges by May 15. These are the ones at our homepage. Now the cities still need to do one more step, and also the private developers, to vote for the challenges that the others have proposed. Each city has maximum 5 votes, so they can vote for the ones that they think that also is important for their city. And if there is a good solution proposed, they would probably like to pilot that one as well. In order to stay in round 4, the challenge has to get minimum 1 Estonian city interested and minimum 1 foreign city from whatever country. It's not only EU, it can be also outside the vote. On top of that, private campuses, private real estate developers can be on top of that. And we are very happy to have them. But they can't replace this one kind of real official city and from one or other. So the researchers need to take a look if there is something interesting, pay attention, but on the cities can vote until June 18. So you will find the list that stays from June 20, then please check if the one that you were wanting to target, if it's still in the list. Then the next step is for researchers and companies. You can propose the solution ideas by September 16. There is a template at the homepage, maximum 3 pages. There is also a checklist for you to go through and understand. Did you understand the logic? You can delete that before sending the solution idea to us. That's only for you. By September 16, you don't yet need to have a concrete city that has said yes to you, but we warmly recommend to talk to those cities during the summer. Have one session with them, have a video call, whatever, to still better understand if the challenge and need they had and the solution you are keeping in mind really match. Or if there are some good ideas you get from the cities to make it better. Then after that, when you propose the solutions, cities will read them. We will also have the seminar on September 25, similar, but then the solution idea proposers will pitch their ideas. And then the ones to select is the cities. Because each solution, in order to proceed, needs those minimum 2 cities to say that, yes, we want to pilot that idea. If you don't get the cities, then unfortunately you cannot propose by November 15. Also, when we propose the ideas for November 15 together with those cities, don't just get an email that says, yes, okay, I can pilot. Have some sessions and discussions with them. There is much bigger probability that you get financed if you talk to cities. And we understand from your application that you have really talked to them. So November 15 is this deadline. Then we and the representatives of some ministries will evaluate the proposals, and we will choose maximum 10 to the finals. Then those 10 will have this January, April, as it's going on at the moment in round 3. They will have small money, it's about 14 to 20,000 to cover the costs, some salaries, some trips that to have some physical meeting as well, where all the cities are present. And then you already write the full proposal. Then we don't limit it anymore. For November 15, maximum 6 pages. I know that's challenging usually for researchers to write so short, but I hope you manage. But for this full proposal, we don't put any limits. You can write as long as you want. And one person from our team will join each of those finalists also to help you to get as good proposal as possible. And then, yes, in May, the International Evaluation Committee will read those and make the final decision together with our steering committee. And then it's summer, and then September, the new projects will start. So the things in these pilots, we really want researchers and companies from different domains to join the forces, because, yeah, in most of the cases, or even all the cases, the challenges are not so simple that just 2 researchers who have been working daily together can solve it. So in most of the cases, you need researchers from different institutes, or even maybe from different universities. And all the pilots will have some academic research, like articles and so forth, that you all like, and that's understandable, but also the business ones, meaning the result should be a scalable product or service. It can be that you establish a new company with some members of the team, but also you can license it to some private companies, or you can also have a private company from the start in the team that is interested to commercialize their result. So all options are on the table. And as said, minimum 1 Estonian, 1 foreign city should be in each pilot. So most probably we have those bigger ones and smaller ones, 2-year pilots and 3-year pilots. For the 4th round, probably, or 3 2-year pilots. We have money for 3 2-year pilots. So target mostly this. Probably we will also have 1 large pilot. But if everybody is only going for this 1 place, then yeah, let's see. So think what you can do in 2 years. But the phases are quite similar for both. So the first phase is still when you go more in depth with the researchers from different institutes and cities and work or do all the tenders, for example, that you are needed to before the pilot and all the setups in the cities. So you develop that. Then the middle phase is piloting and analyzing the pilot in those 2 cities to really understand if it works, if your assumptions work, but also to put together already more clear business plan that we can believe in. After the end of this second period, we do also a small evaluation to say go or no go. If you see that the pilot was successful, it makes sense to go further, and there is also business potential, then we give money also for the last period. And it has 2 aims: for the cities to implement the solution for long term after the pilot, not just throwing away nice pilot, but goodbye. And also for then the company to get ready for the market, whatever is then needed there. Yeah, money-wise then, yes, 1.2 million is the 3-year ones, then 1 from round 4, and then the mid ones are a little bit more than 800,000 for this 2-year period. So why should a researcher at all take this strange adventure that's quite different from what they have used to in Horizon projects? In this case, when you have developed some interesting things, it's all really an option to try it out in real settings, in real cities, see how it works in practice, how the long-term research results really get implemented. Also, of course, this is an opportunity to really develop something that can become the next unicorn or at least international success. So in many countries used, that's based on your research results. And in many cases, we have seen how interesting in reality it is when you work with researchers from different institutes. It's difficult in the beginning because usually the terminology, language, understanding of the things is quite different. But during that process, you really find interesting synergies and also ideas for further cooperations, horizon projects, joint articles, and so forth. What you also get is that you get the data for your long-term research, because in most of the cases you work with different cities, you gather data in your whatever the solution is, and yeah, definitely you are welcome to use that. And in most of the cases, if the solution stays running in the city, so meaning you get data also from these cities for long term. And yes, the financing is 100%, meaning for researchers, we can cover all the salary costs. And yeah, of course, there are some ineligible costs, but this is very tiny. But for TalTech researchers, it's all clean and clear. For foreign researchers, is that, as said, this is not a cascade funding, meaning we cannot have juridical partners as other universities. But we are happy to hire foreign researchers into our team. So if your university allows and whatever legal conditions, then we are happy to hire you to do the project at the Finnish Center. About the companies. Then yes, this is mostly suitable for growth phase companies, meaning the companies who already have some cash flow. It is a co-investment proposal for companies. In case you see that the solution you have been developing would need to be developed much further, and you need the know-how of the researchers. You will also get the 2 strong references from at least 2 from those cities. That helps you to sell it much better, and they can also be your kind of sales agents. Always further customers can call them and ask how the solution was. And the companies that join at the beginning, they can become the commercialization partners already from the start. We can make the agreement, and we are happy to have them on board. We also help quite a lot in long-term marketing, meaning we have very many delegations coming daily to our center. We visit many conferences. We stay your sales agents in those conferences. If we get a lead, someone interested, we do the matchmaking, and we are very happy if the companies become very successful. That's also in our interest. So we definitely support that. What we cannot do is we cannot give money to companies. So we cover all the costs of the researchers that work for you, the marketing costs, we cover the city experts, the piloting that takes place in the city, but we cannot pay money as covering salaries of the company people or buy something from you. That is your part of the investment, the joint investment. So for cities, and yeah, definitely you will get quite tailor-made solutions for you. You are the ones who give the main input for the researchers. So yeah, as well as you give the input, the better solution you get. Also, the cities are not legally the project partners, but we take care of all the bureaucracy. So also we either hire people from the cities as experts, or we buy it as a service, expert service. We cover the traveling costs if they need to come from other countries to Estonia, for example. And also if there are some piloting, some direct costs, we cover that, but we do it directly. So we do the tenders and pay the bills. So the cities just need to be with us and give the content related input. But yes, then for the foreign cities, yeah, they have the great opportunity to work some Estonian cities that, yeah, maybe have some more experience in digital things. But definitely, again, the Estonian cities have a great opportunity to learn from the experiences great cities that we have on board from other countries and see what they have been doing and how different or similar the needs in reality are. And hopefully also long-term collaboration with us in many other projects or other initiatives that we can do. Then the real estate developers and private campuses, yes, we are very happy to have them on board as additional partners. And they are in many cases for the products, also the future customers they are interested in, because it's usually much easier to sell to private sector than to cities in reality. And the case is similar. We cover all the costs of the researchers that work for you, develop the thing. We take into account all your needs and so forth. But we cannot pay money to you, meaning that we cannot buy experts from private developers. Or if there is some, we need to, I don't know, dig a hole or buy some sensors or something to your campus, then unfortunately we cannot cover that. But the rest is covered and you can work together with the other cities. And again, long opportunity for long-term cooperation in whatever Horizon projects or whatever come on board here. So the selection criteria, we will have an evaluation committee with about 10 members from different domains, and each one will evaluate their part. So we will have 3 investors who will evaluate the business potential. The representatives of ministry will evaluate the potential wider impact. And then we have academics from universities and the Ministry of Research and Education, who will then evaluate the research competence of your team and also the potential. And then Ralf Martin Soe is the one who will represent us and do the evaluation, how much we believe that there is also potential for us, for product-wise, but also team-wise. Do you bring some interesting new competencies in our team? And is there potential for joint New Horizon projects and so forth from these aspects? So the next steps for you, going once more through researchers and companies. June 20 at our homepage will be the final list of challenges which stay in this round, yeah? Meaning they have at least one Estonian and one foreign city who has voted. Check if the ones that you wanted to propose a solution to is still there. In case it's still there, then during a nice summer when you are doing some fieldwork, think about it. And by September 16th, send us the proposal, max 3 pages. The template is already at our homepage. As said, there is a checklist in the end. Read that for each case, but delete it before you send the application to us. Then on September 25, there will be similar seminar where everyone who has proposed the solution can present the solution to the cities. So be then here and ready to present what you are proposing, because then you need to get those cities willing to join you and pilot the thing. For cities and campuses, we need you quickly, meaning like from tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I will send you the link to start to vote. So you can vote for maximum 5 challenges, 1 city. So big cities like Tallinn and Amsterdam and so forth, not 10 different people can vote for 5 challenges, but in total, 1 city has 5 votes. It can be given by different people, that's all okay, but maximum 5 votes. And then, yes, then you can enjoy the summer and yeah, as the researchers and companies will make the proposals by September 16, so September 17, I'm uploading them to the homepage. So from September 18, you can then check what interesting proposals there were and which ones you really like. And then sign up for September 25 to come and listen and network and ask more, so you already know which teams you want to join. And also for the cities who have then proposed their solutions now, on September then 20, you get to know if you got enough votes or not. So you can also actively promote it to other cities and invite them to vote for you, but don't ask your friends and family to vote. That doesn't help, unfortunately. We only accept the votes from the cities and private campuses who can also allow the pilot to happen in the city. Unfortunately, just a normal citizen cannot do that. So yeah, this is the email address, smartcity@taltech.ee, but if you send it to my Taltech address, that will be also accepted, no problem. But yes, September 16 is the deadline. So in reality, this application form has just 4 questions, nothing difficult. The first one is in reality, quite a lot comes from the city application form. So what is really the challenge you have been targeting? Ideally, you a little bit narrow it down and already maybe get additional input from the cities to understand more in depth related to your solution idea that you're proposing. And then these 2 and 3 are the key ones you need to write, yeah? The solution you are proposing and see that it really matches the challenge. And then the third part, innovation. What is really new related to the state of the art and also the other company solutions already on the market? So do some Googling, be better than us in that you really show us that you know the competition. In all the fields, there are solutions. If you try to sell us, you're the first one, we don't believe you. There is something always on the market. So show us what is the new thing in your solution. And then also describe how are you planning to pilot it in the cities? Ideally, discuss it. What is the practical case? That always takes some discussions that the city understands more about your solution and you understand the context and think how it could really be piloted. And the last one is about expected impact. That in reality also quite a lot comes from the city application form where they already told what they want to see. Now you maybe need to narrow it down more to your solution and what can really happen. And ideally don't say us those nice, we reduce costs 50%. It's a nice number, but do you know what's the level now? Is it really practical? Is it measurable? Don't just say nice numbers that seem nice, but in reality, we don't know, or difficult to measure what's the reality. So some questions that have been coming up, and for each case, I repeat them. Yes, Taltech researchers can nicely propose. That's very nice. We also welcome researchers from other universities to propose solutions. We can hire them. We cannot have other universities as juridical partners, but we are happy to hire them. Ideally, contact some Taltech researchers and make already joint terms. Finally, you need to have the joint team anyway with Taltech researchers. We can help you with the contacts if you ask concretely what are you looking for, but also many contacts are definitely available at Taltech homepage. So a little bit do some Googling and find possible ones. Also, if you propose for September 16, still kind of alone with your university and Taltech ones, then hopefully we can match you later on if you propose to the same challenges. Yes, can companies propose? Yes, they can, but as said, they can become the commercialization partners. We cannot pay money to that company, but we are happy to co-invest together with you. We cover the cost of the researchers' salaries and piloting, so meaning you really need to develop something on top of the present solution. For September 16, you don't need to have agreements with the cities. You're welcome to have. Talk to them, you will have better solution ideas. We will not evaluate the solution ideas that you propose. Cities will evaluate, meaning they will say yes or no to you if they want to pilot it or not. That's the evaluation. And intellectual property, yes, the Finnish Center will own the intellectual property that will be created with that money. If this becomes a successful business, we are very happy to share the profits with you if you are contributing and are happy with us. We negotiate with you and see what you can write in your research articles about. Most of the cases you can write about most of the things, but in some cases we need to protect the IP before you write, or in some cases there are some parts that for commercialization we cannot publish, but that's already agreed inside the team. Any quick questions before we start with the first session? from the audience or from online. Long story, quite a lot of information. This is, of course, also all available also at our homepage. It's also recorded, so if you don't remember something, then you can always check that. Okay, but then I hand over to my colleague Einari Kisel for the first session, and we can start to hear those interesting challenges that the cities have proposed. Thank you.
All right. Well, the structure of this session will be very tough and simple. Every candidate will have 5 minutes altogether, 3 minutes for a presentation, and then 2 minutes for the questions and answers. Okay. So we will start with the presentation from Tallinn City on efficient street lighting, and expect that representatives are there. So the floor is yours and time is going. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello everyone, I'm Eilat. I'm from Tallinn City and I am planning head of city lighting and electrical networks in Tallinn. And thank you for this opportunity to participate in this Smart City Challenge. So first slide. Can I have this next slide? Thank you. This one. In Tallinn, we have saved so far city lighting energy by replacing old sodium lamps with LEDs. We have 70,000 light points in Tallinn, and so far we have changed half of them. And by that, activity reduced energy consumption by 20% during the last 3 years. And we are continuing this activity, and after 4 years, hoping to complete it. Next, please.
Sorry, Eva, our sound system is a bit weak.
Can you talk louder?
Can you talk a bit louder?
Or closer?
Oh,
It's
okay.
really difficult to hear. I'll try to figure out if we can change something here, but.
Okay, I'll try. And our next steps should be towards smart lighting. And now we don't have lighting-based control system. But we have placed all new LED lights with Shaga sockets, so we are ready to implement smart lighting control. This control system should give us 20% more energy savings. But what else could we do? What other innovative solutions do we have to test? Is it alternative energy sources, maybe DC grid instead of AC grid? And what solutions should be used to get maximum energy savings and user comfort? Investing in smart lighting equipment requires preliminary analysis, user research, data and cost analysis. And before devices are widely used, it's necessary to carry out a pilot project in order to select the most efficient, safe, reasonable solutions. These need to be tested, and smart solutions are not new, but there are too many choices. This is why we need to build smart city test street. Maybe this is a solution for our challenge, but a pilot for all kinds of new solutions. And also, it's important to test the charging infrastructure, trying to integrate it with public street lighting system. And of course, the bigger goal is to improve comfort and safety for pedestrians, vehicles, and nature, and to make our city greener. And in next slide, this is our first proposal where our test street could situate. It's near Tallinn Technical University, who is already our partner in city lighting innovation. And this street could work to university as well as for our city. So this is all from our side right now.
Okay. Thank you so much. And are there any questions? Any questions from the web? If not, then thank you so much for
Thank
this
you.
first pitch. And we'll move forward now to Israel and city of Eilat. And we will hear about the democratizing access to solar energy. So the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. It's Salome speaking from the city of Eilat. Would you be able to let me share, please? It's written that there is already a sharing in someone.
Can you share or request to share?
It's written that someone else is sharing. I see a flyer on the
Okay.
Just a second.
I will finish my screen sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I apologize.
Coming, just some sec, give us some seconds because it just arrived in the morning.
Thank you.
Okay,
So,
here we go.
hello everyone.
Can you
Salome.
speak louder as well, please?
Okay, I'm going to shout as well. I'm Salome from the city of Eilat, the Eilat Environmental Unit. We are proud to be presenting a challenge for the second time at the Smart City Challenge. So yes, it's about democratizing access to solar energy and to renewable energy. We think it's a challenge other cities are also facing. So a very few words about Eilat. It's a small city in the very south of Israel by the Red Sea. We are already proud to have 100% energy from the solar energy during the daytime, and we're trying to make it possible as well at night. We are also one of the 112 mission cities, so we have pledged to be climate neutral by 2030. So to talk about our challenge, as I mentioned, we are proud to have a good ratio of renewable energy, but it's mostly the municipality of Eilat driving the change, and we really want to bring the residents with us. And sometimes there is a resistance of change because, you know, getting solar panels is not easy. It's not always the most affordable option, and it's complicated to see the impact in the short term. There are some misconceptions about the financial feasibility of rooftop PV, complicated process, that it's time consuming and not standardized, and the fear to deal with electricity and installing it on the roof of one's house. So we started to deal with a problem with having Eilat Solar. Eilat Solar is a platform we started to implement in 2018, where you can see options for solar panels, make simulations, but there is a big room to improve it. Because we need to update the platform, making more interactive and accessible for everyone. And for us, it's also a bit sensitive because as a municipality, we cannot like make direct connections between companies and residents. So it's also a bit complicated for regulation purposes. So we are trying to make this platform more accessible for everyone. At the moment, you can still do a few simulations online, but there is room again for improvement. We thought of doing so by adding more functionalities that we could do with the solution providers. And we also want to encourage energy communities. In Israel, you can have energy communities up to 35 people, and we want to encourage people to come together. So I think it's also the next challenge that Romania will be presenting. We might also want to transform it as an app. The most important, it will be to make it as simple as possible, because making renewable energy accessible is the goal. We thought also of creating workshops, translating the platforms, and just making sure that our residents are really coming with us in the direction of renewable energy and climate neutrality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hello. So any questions? Yes.
Yes. Hello, I have a question. Is it so that your aim is to somehow convince the citizens to install more solar panels on their properties? Or is this app needed to develop these solar panels also in public spaces?
Did you hear the question?
if the goal was to encourage citizens to have solar panels. Yes, I think I got the question. The goal, yes, is to encourage residents to either get solar panels for the private residents or to create energy communities, because we are aware that the best solution might not be to have one resident, one solar panel, but really to create communities. We already have one around the school, which is a microgrid in Eilat, and the buildings around are using the energy of the school when there is no one in the school. So we're also trying to think of solutions like that, of sharing energy communities.
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
I have also one question?
Yes, please.
I understand that there is a company who has developed this solution. What is the need of the researchers? What would they need to develop on top of that platform? What would you need the researchers for?
We would really like to make the platform more interactive and to update it with the latest information, because this platform was made in 2018, so it's been quite a while, and the design is not very intuitive for residents. So we really want to, make sure the information is as simple as possible, and also to make sure that for especially the marginalized communities and neighborhoods we have, that they could also be encouraged to start the process, maybe adding also education, information, or make sure that it's a part of a process where the connection between the municipality and the residents and the companies is very clear and easy.
Okay, thank you so much. And we're moving now to Romania and city of Alba Iulia. And the idea or proposal will be about sustainable energy communities. So please, the floor is yours. Can't hear you. Yes. We can't hear you. You should unmute yourself. We can't hear you still.
Is there someone here that's supposed to present the Alba Iulia Romania Energy Challenge, Sustainable Energy Communities?
She was called Livio.
Nope, I think not.
If not, then we will move forward to Slovenia and Maribor. And
Hello?
the topic will be about the efficient street lighting. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
thank
will
you.
put up your.
Okay, slides. Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Mateja, and with me is Dea, my colleague. We are working in the project office, and we will present the challenge of smart street lighting. Next slide, please. Okay. The energy consumption per inhabitant for road and street lighting is currently 100% higher in Maribor than predicted by our national regulation for the maximum allowed consumption. So the energy consumptions for lighting must be reduced below 45 kilowatt-hour per inhabitant. So exactly, the public lighting in the municipality of Maribor is costly, inefficient, and non-compliant with the regulation. So we have 15,000 lamps in Maribor. Lamps are connected to the 363 outlets, and in the most cases, there are high pressure mercury lamps and high pressure sodium lamps. Next slide, please. In the city of Maribor, actually with a population of 110,000 inhabitants, we have a total of 13,000 pools with installed lamps. And these pools are mostly made of metal, also of wood and concrete. So, however, the lamps are outdated, consuming excessive energy without providing additional functionalities. In 2022, the electricity usage per resident in Maribor was 65 kilowatt hour. To achieve the target value, we need to reduce electricity consumption per inhabitant for approximately 31%. The Maribor currently face also the high light pollution and lacks adequate digital maturity to monitor the energy consumption. There is no existing system in Maribor to control energy consumption of street lighting. Next slide. Yes, thank you. The problem are particularly to the lighting of special buildings, playgrounds, and similar areas. These problems are linked to the wiring of the respective building or facility. So because of this type of these lights, it is currently not possible to implement advanced monitoring of energy consumption. So we can only estimate it. The company also responsible for maintaining the electrical network, manage the electricity distribution network, and collects the relevant data. The next slide, please. The last slide actually shows our idea of the solution. The public lighting infrastructure should serve as a connecting platform that provides the city with smart lighting and a range of other benefits. Lamps should be standardized and could incorporate the various sensors. In addition to lighting, we are looking for lamps which could be used for air quality monitoring, Wi-Fi, noise monitoring, perhaps video surveillance for public safety or something like similar to this. Smartly connected lighting is supposed to provide more hours of lighting, especially lower energy consumption, and a longer lamp life. So one of the goals is also, as I already said, the reduction of light pollution, and also by collecting the published data about the lighting system. With this, we can also raise awareness among the citizens and about consumptions and savings in electricity. Thank you very much.
So, are there any questions from the floor?
What the sound?
I would ask if
Yeah.
not yet. Probably you also heard this first one from the city of Tallinn about this kind of similar to also talking about the street lighting thing. How do you see, how different or similar, do you see the similarities with, and maybe Tallinn can also, then Eva can comment on the Maribor thing.
My opinion is that the Tallinn is a bit advanced.
Okay.
Eva, are you ready to comment on the Maribor case? Would that seem also a good thing for you, or do you see it as a very different one?
Actually, I don't say it's different one, but the problems are a little bit different because in Tallinn, this electricity problems are not so big because we are reducing it year by year, and we have been quite good at it. But yes, of course, I see similarities. But maybe we are a little bit towards smart lighting, and they are a little bit behind us. But we can, you know, we can collaborate, of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we are moving forward now to Ukraine, and we should have Bilhorod-Dnistrovskyi city to talk about the energy dependence of critical infrastructure objects. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Olga. I will represent today Bilhorod-Dnistrovskyi city, which is located in Odessa region in Ukraine. Unfortunately, I have no such nice presentations like my colleagues, so I will try to make this in the word.
Right.
First of all, I would like also to say thank you for this opportunity to be involved in this project and talk about our challenges. This is very important for us. We have a difficult situation through the war, so thank you a lot. Bilhorod-Dnistrovskyi is located on the banks of the Dniester estuary, which has not so long distance. It's located from 20 kilometers to the Black Sea, and we have about 40,500 people population now in our city, and our big problem today through the war and the missile attacks of Russians aggressions, it is energy independence, because through this missile attacks of objective of critical infrastructure, there is no electricity in our city, in regions, and in Ukraine in general. So we have this problem, and we would like to attract some experts support to solve this problem. We also started looking the way to decide this problem, and today we have two documents. It's like technical and economical justifications for the installation of 2 solar power plants to buildings of our local hospital and our local utility company, which provide water services. But it's only small solution which we can do in this situation, and we need more support, because we have a lot of utility company, city company, which provides services for our inhabitants, such as heating, water, as I said, hospitals, and other companies, and they have many building and objective which we need to do energy independence, because it's for cities for Ukraine. Energy independence, it's not about energy efficiency, it's about our life. So
Right.
I will short.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions right away?
And sorry for my English.
No, it's perfect. No problem at all. Well done. If no questions, then thank you so much. And we're moving forward to next city from Ukraine, Chernivtsi, and with the keyword of energy, we will hear the next presentation. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Wallace. I'm Deputy Head of Entrepreneurship Development Center in Chernivtsi City Council, and let me share the screen with you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation now.
Great. So the project is about empowering communities through sustainable energy. And before that, I would like to describe about the city itself. So the Chernivtsi city is situated in the western part of Ukraine. It's 30 kilometers from the border, and the territory of the community is approximately 180 square kilometers, and we had 22, and for now 50,000 of internally displaced persons in the community, and 90,000 internally displaced persons in the region. So the number of the population is much higher, and it creates the energy and in general community infrastructure problems that we have to discuss with our partners. And for instance, one of the problems, one of the issues that we would like to decide is the energy efficiency and energy consumption of the public spaces. Some more facts about Chernivtsi city. It has one of the UNESCO heritage sites, and it has a lot of public spaces where, as we noticed, where almost the sites are the almost every internally displaced persons love to visit. That's why in the terms of blackouts, we would like to make the energy supply for the spaces to be more reliable, because we have, let me show you the statistics of the blackouts. For example, we have in average day, we have 12 hours per day of outages. So it can be daytime, it can be nighttime, but for example, if it is if it is a summer period, we have a longer daytime, and people younger or older can be in public spaces longer time. But in winter or in autumn or in early spring, when we have a blackout, people cannot be in the public there, and that's solution for that, to give people an opportunity to be in these public spaces, even if there are outages in the city, in the community. The other challenge that will be solved by the solution is the community integration spaces. As I mentioned, there are a big number. Chernivtsi is top 5 cities in Ukraine by the number of IDPs, and the need of integration spaces is very high, and it will be stimulate the integration and communication and some new communication connections between new inhabitants of the city and people who live here. And the third is the need for spaces that inspire for creativity and cooperation, because actually we don't have much. We have a lot of parks and squares, but we don't have much possibility to be there during the evening time in winter, autumn, and spring, only in the summertime, and where when the day is longer and when we can be there, we don't need the electricity. But in other way, people cannot communicate and cannot be there. I mean,
all right.
When we have blackouts,
Your connection is a bit weak. Yeah. We can't hear you anymore.
We had the sound, and now we
lost the
lost
connection.
our presenter. Critical topic. Natalie, are you with us?
Well, we have to move forward then, unfortunately. And the next speaker will be from Czech Republic and Jablonec city. And about the battery swapping for municipal buses, please, the floor is yours. We can't hear you. We see the slides, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, now you hear me maybe?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I must apologize because I need my colleague here to proceed our presentation. I'm not able to do it myself. So if it would be better from your side to do it later, because I'm waiting for him, he's not here.
Okay, we can do it later in as well, and say maybe it at around 12:25 in our time, and basically it's in some minutes. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, okay. We can then move forward to our next speaker, actually coming back to Estonia and going to Saaremaa Island. Again, about the efficient street lighting. And please, the floor is yours.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
My colleague Jaan Mehik was supposed to give this presentation, but as he is not here, then I will do this.
Right.
We have the presentation prepared for the next hour challenge. So this time no presentation, as efficient street lighting has been also covered. It is pretty well understood on Estonian biggest island of Saaremaa. Okay, Jaan is here. Will you take over, Jaan?
Yes, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to present this idea. The idea is that our present street lighting is, let's say, semi-smart. It has been renovated some 10 years ago, but still it seems that it's not smart enough. And it seems that in so many times the lights are working when nobody is using these lights. So streets are empty, but lights are on and burning and using energy. And that's this one challenge what scientists could think of how to make this more efficient, this system. Another thing is that the street lighting grid is inefficient, and we would like to make this also more efficient. We could use it as grid for charging electrical vehicles, also grid for inserting some PVs or another renewable energy sources. It should work like a microgrid, so it would be smart. It should understand if there is need for more energy or if there is surplus of energy, and the whole let's say grid for the street lighting should be smart, but not only this grid, but also the substation where the street lighting is connected should be smart. So we could use another lines as well for the same purposes, like installing more renewable energy sources, because at the moment that is the problem. There is not enough, let's say, capacity for the new renewables. But I think and I hope if the scientists will think about it, they will make the grid smart and that the problem is solved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from the floor? How much do you see some, say, collaboration potential with the Tallinn city and also with Maribor, who have actually also had raised the questions about the efficient street lighting?
Yeah, I think there are, let's say, common points for these cities because the street lighting is everywhere almost the same, and it should be more efficient in every city, not only in Maribor and in Tallinn, but in every city in the world, because yeah, at the moment it's not as efficient as it could be.
I would like to add that I especially liked Maribor's approach to attach also sensors to lightning posts to make better use of these posts and really be able to monitor different things what city needs to be aware of. And in our idea also that can be there can be a social impact of the challenge to build up these street lighting systems off-grid from DSO supply based on locally based energy cooperatives. To provide local residents their own ability to use renewable sources wider in their public interest.
Okay, thank you. There is one question here as well.
Yes, I know that there are already some solutions for street lighting, also for different sensors. Have you explored what is there available on the market? And like what would be fundamental difference or what is different from what is already existing on the market? What would you need extra?
I think we would need extra knowledge. It should be smarter. All these, what is in the market, they are somewhere developed, but it's not enough. There should be one step further to get it better.
Okay, so thank you so much. And we're still staying in Saaremaa, and the next topic will be about food waste reusage. And as I understand, Sulevi will talk about that.
Yes. Can I get my slides, please?
Yeah.
Yes, just a moment, please.
I will then just ask to show next when it's the time, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So this story is built up based on the potential for fish feed, but it can be very easily applied also for chicken feed, which are the two most applications now, insect-based feeding. Please, next. We know that insects in different species are actually very protein-rich food. Next, please. And it is, according to many carried out researches, very clean food. It has been made sure that the digestion system of the black soldier fly larva is so clean that it will cause no harm to human being after eating the food, which in the first place used insect-based feed. Next, please. Black soldier fly reproduction is extremely efficient. You can see the difference between chicken and fly reproduction of eggs. Next, please. Now you can see the difference in producing of 1 kilogram of meat, how much feed you need to be able to reach 1 kilogram of meat for beef in comparison with using fly larvae as the feed. So it's an excellent feed to meat ratio with these insects. Next, please. What is very important when we consider life cycle, preparing some product or raw material, then with the black soldier fly, it's extremely quick and short life cycle, which is in interest of all business projects. Next, please. it wasn't possible in EU for several times. So therefore, this kind of technology and natural way of feed production was basically the privilege of Thailand. But now already 2 years in European Union, this kind of feed supply for chicken or fish is absolutely accepted and made also legal inside Europe. Next, please. To produce 1 ton of black soldier fly larvae, the reactor size can be compared with the only small size of the car. Next, please. It gives another circular economy value as leftovers of greenhouse products can be supplied in the mix of waste food for larvae, and the remains of larvae on the other side serve as good fertilizer for greenhouses. Next, please. When we consider trout farming, then according to French company Insect, proven research and product development, it brings along 30% reduction in growth time, 1/3, which is also very important for all business plan interests. Next, please.
30 seconds.
There is a technology ready, but it needs to be further investigation, and that is the challenge for researchers. And my last slide, please. So this is the business opportunity for the collaboration project. There is a big market in northern part of Europe where the fish farming is very important. We see that for Saarema's trout farming, there is enough bio-waste, food waste produced currently on the island. If that will be scaled up, then Norwegian fish farming market is the absolutely best to target. And I have also added here the opportunity for additional funding to be able to invest in the technology. So this is our challenge and our wish to find interested other cities and municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sulev. Any quick questions, reactions?
A small question, because what would you like to have to be developed as a result of the Smart City Challenge? Is it sort of a pilot farm, or is it sort of technology like software which is controlling the process, or something else? How would you, in which direction would you think?
Well, software is just a tool to help running the pilot farm. Yes, I would go for the pilot farm to really show that all this model works. The challenge is also very much energy related because the reactor needs a steady plus 25 degrees all year round, and definitely the business plan becomes more feasible if that is not just bought from the grid, but supplied from renewable sources directly. Then to have the whole circle covered, of course, we need a customer to taking in this final feed. Either it's fish or for chicken.
Okay, thank you so much. And we are moving forward now to UK and the city of Milton Keynes. And we'll talk about the green space maintenance in challenging areas. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Morning. So I'm the representative from the City Council of Milton Keynes, which is a city within the United Kingdom, as mentioned. We are quite unique in terms of our design within the United Kingdom. So we're a city that's based on a grid. Any of those of you on this call that might have a background in planning or town urban design, you may well have heard of us. We're quite famous for being the largest new town within the UK. That leaves us with some challenges, particularly with green space maintenance, that I think are applicable to quite a number of cities across Europe. Our city is planned on a grid system. So we have quite high-speed grid roads around the town itself. They're around 70 miles an hour, so about 110 kilometers per hour, very, very quick, very quite dangerous roads in terms of maintenance. And that's where the challenge that we've submitted to this competition comes from. So as the City Council, we spend quite an enormous amount of money per year. We think probably around £1 million Great British pounds on road closures, just the road closures alone, to make sure that we can maintain grass verges, to make sure that we can also maintain. We're very famous for having a lot of roundabouts. The roundabouts are all landscaped. They all have some sort of vegetation, most of which are quite pleasant to look at, and obviously it's great for biodiversity. But in terms of our environment and waste colleagues, it means that we have to put in place quite expensive road closures, and it also means that we have to then, if you think the cost of just those road closures alone is about £1 million, think about all of the technology that we have to get in there, the labour, the equipment. We estimate that it's around £2 million a year that we're spending in terms of these road closures and putting in place the right safety procedures so that people can work safely in those environments. Now, whilst I appreciate that the design of our city is unique, I know that as a challenge is not unique to us, and that a number of colleagues on this call will probably recognise that as a challenge. How do you ensure that you can maintain those green spaces so they're not looking unkempt, so that the public have pride in their local area, but you've also got to make sure that you've got a safe working environment for the people who are employed by the City Council? So we've submitted that as one of our city challenges. What we're hoping is that there may be some sort of combination of, I think it's both the software and the hardware solution that we're envisaging, something that can help us certainly improve the efficiency of road closures where they need to be, but also is there something like potentially using robotics that might be able to help us? We've trialed things like robot lawnmowers elsewhere in the city. We haven't used them in those high-speed environments yet. There's quite a lot of logistics that would be involved in making sure that you've got that kind of safety in place for workers throughout the city. So that is our challenge in a nutshell, but I'm very happy to take any questions. We don't have any slides today to present. We thought it was best to speak to everybody kind of face to face, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions right away from the floor, from the web? Victoria, yes.
Maybe I misunderstood it. Could you elaborate a little bit more about the link between the road closures and green space maintenance?
Yeah, so it's for the safety of the workers, because the roads are so high speed. So our roads, as I sort of mentioned, they're about 70 miles an hour. So that's about 110 kilometers per hour. They're very, very fast. So the road has to be entirely closed when we're doing those green space maintenance. So it's the verges that we're talking about on the side of roads. And also we have hundreds of roundabouts in Milton Keynes that are also landscaped. They're also green. So they may well have grass. It might be, flowers. There's lots and lots of things that we can be maintaining during those visits. But primarily the issue is, in order to maintain those green spaces, in order to landscape them successfully, we've got to make sure that there's those road closures in place because of the safety of the staff that are involved in it. It's usually quite a quick process to do the work itself, but it does involve road closures, overnight works, all of which are very expensive.
All right. Thank you so much. And we will move now back to Tallinn, to Hundipea district, and on the topic of reusing old buildings. Mari-Liis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I think I'm the only one here. Yeah. So Mari-Liis from Hundipea. Hundipea, as you can maybe also, I don't know from where,
we can
read it from my shirt to Google it maybe. Hundipea is on one side a company, a private company, but also on the other hand, it's a future district. So in the future, Hundipea will be climate neutral area, people friendly, nature friendly, mixed use, and a dense city area. It will be here in Tallinn, about the size of the Vatican City. So not exactly a city, but quite a big area anyways. At the moment, it's a harbor area. It's a brownfield, and it has quite a lot of Soviet warehouses, a few Soviet office buildings that are of poor quality. They are in the wrong places, and some of them are already falling apart. So basically, if we want to see this grand innovative future in this area, then we need to take those down and build new buildings instead. So, but at the same time, when we are striving for climate neutrality, we are fully aware of what that biggest amount of emissions actually come from these new materials that we would be using for these new buildings. But at the same time, we see that there might be a solution in the existing buildings already to use that material in the new buildings. But at the moment, we are presuming. We don't have exactly scientific data, exactly scientific solutions for this. And in order to actually make realistic and informed decisions, we would need information of how these buildings are made, of what materials these buildings were made out of, what the CO2 reduction would be if we would use the same materials again, instead of using nowadays climate-friendly materials, and what the price difference would be. Basically, if we would have this information, it would be so much easier for us to move forward to this climate-neutral district. But I believe that this might be quite a big challenge and question also not only for us, but also for Tallinn city, for other cities in Estonia, because and also, I guess, worldwide, because there are quite a few cities that are shrinking, where buildings are left empty, but at the same time, there are other cities that are growing, densifying, where new buildings are built every year. So they would be great to match the old buildings with the new buildings built. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Something clear.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. So now we are coming back to Czech Republic and Jablonec. Are you ready to present now about the battery swapping for municipal buses?
Yes, hello. My colleague Lukáš Hataš is here already, so I would give him a word if he hears us and he could present.
I'm here.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Sorry for driving.
Right. Okay, we hear from you. Floor's yours.
Okay, may I ask you for the presentation? You could have a few slides from us.
Yes, one moment, please. Ja, aga õnne paneb selle.
Okay, coming.
Great. Yeah. So we have projects about minimizing of the carbon dioxide emissions for the mass transit system of the buses. Please, for the next slide. Our municipal companies, it's called Jablonec Energy Company. and the Jablonec transportation company, and we are cooperating with Czech Electric Vehicle Association to build up the most efficient electric buses transportation system, which will be powered directly from the solar. Next slide, please. So the main issue is that the buses are operating when the solar is shining. We are not able to charge it directly, and one way is charge it to another battery, and from this battery charge it to the buses. But we don't like this idea because it's producing it's consuming another sources. It's not most efficient as we need, and it has a higher carbon dioxide footprint because you need manufacture another battery. Charge one battery from another battery, it's not really our solution. We want to be able to exchange the battery out of the car body, charge it, and return back fully charged in a few minutes. Another slide, please. So this area, what is on the picture, it's a sport stadium and football stadium for of the Jablonec. There will be in total around 600 kilopeaks of the solar, and in the rest of the area will be another 3 megapeaks. Jablonec has 45,000 inhabitants, and till 2026, we are start operating 8 electric buses, which could have this technology already developed. That means the time frame is 2 years to prepare all hardware and software for this swapping, because we didn't find existing solution on the market. What is most important for us, there is a high voltage line, there is a huge capacity, but we are using it only for a few hours per week when there is some football match or it's all lights on, but during the regular operation, we don't need so much power. That was reason why we wanted to charge the buses in this area. Another slide, please. So it's not new idea, but the innovation is that will be charged directly from the solar. That means DC-DC charging from the solar panels with step-down voltage directly to the batteries, and these batteries will be swapped by automatic system without any man access. Just with the automatic robotic system, and our estimate is roughly over half 500 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per day, what we are able to save when we will charge it directly from the solar instead of the charging during the night from the network. Last slide, please. What is important for us is that we are able to use these batteries when are not in the duty in the bus for our energetic needs of the city, for peak shaving and volley filling, as solar and other sources will produce energy or not produce energy, as is on this graph. This is very unique kind of usage, because we are able to full fit all batteries during time, especially during the weekends when it's not so much buses in the operation, and in the peak hours when there is not enough buses in the depot. And now is the last slide, please. On this area we will create the pop-up charging hub for the cars of our citizens, in total capacity 400 kilowatts with a regular CCS connector and some external storage and some solar canopy like the solar carport, with usage of the used batteries, second life batteries, in the used maritime container to keep the carbon dioxide emissions as low as possible. And same way, that means directly from DC to DC charging till the battery will be depleted, and then start with the AC charging, which is not so efficient back to the batteries. That is our idea, and we are looking for any cooperation on this project, because there is a lot of things to develop, to program, to find, to design, and probably this issue with the power, with the batteries, with the buses will be very common in many European cities, because the solar production or renewables production doesn't meet the operation time of the buses, and find a way how to use this solar energy directly in the buses will be very useful for anyone who wants to make low carbon transportation.
Thank you so much. And any questions for? Don't see. And thank you so much for this presentation and idea. So I'm just checking for, just in case, whether the Alba Iulia city from Romania has joined as well to present on sustainable energy communities. Probably not. So I think the first session is over then. So we are done with our first ideas, and I will give the floor back to Külle.
Yeah, we will have the 45 minutes break here, also online. But really, all the contacts of the cities are available at our homepage. So I really recommend the researchers to contact the cities and the idea proposers to really get to know more of the questions you didn't come up as quickly as that. Really talk to them. But yeah, let's enjoy the lunch, and we will meet 15 past 1, or then 15 past whatever, what country you are in. Thank you.
Thanks.
We all had we all had good lunch, so I hope you in many other countries also enjoyed the lunch. And now the afternoon, we continue first with an inspirational case from Malmö by Jonas. So we will give the floor to you, and then we will have 2 more sessions with the challenges. So Jonas, you are free to share the slides and switch yourself unmuted. I hope we will hear you.
All right, excellent. Let's see if this works as it should. So I'll do this, and hopefully now we'll go into presentation mode.
Yes.
So now you can see my screen, yes?
We can see, but not
Right.
yet in the presentation mode. Now it's in
hold
the
on. Let me see what's happening then. Sorry, give me just a second.
It was good. I think it just took a moment.
Okay, then let's do it again then.
Yes.
All right. So now you can see, right?
Looks good.
All right, excellent. So today Malmö is a pioneering city in Europe when it comes to climate transition. And if we look at the ambitions that we've had, we can see that we are very good at delivering in this transition that we're ahead of moving forward until 2030. And some of the highlights that we see, at least in Sweden, is that we have become elected or selected to be Sweden's most environmental friendly municipality 5 times in the last decade. We are now a European mission city in both a mission for climate mitigation, but also for climate adaptation. We are part of ECLAY and has launched that. Sorry, it just something popped up on my screen. Let me see so I can get rid of that. Sorry. There we go. And then we were also part of founding Viable Cities in Europe, which has now become the role model. And so Viable Cities is then a Swedish platform for 23 Swedish cities. 40% of Sweden's population live in one of those cities. And we are then the largest platform, national platform today when it comes to climate transition by 2030. And we're also a proud member of EIT Climate Kicks arena, which is then Europe's largest arena for climate innovations. So how did we actually get to this point? Well, in a way, we started actually by looking backwards and then looking at what have we done over the last 2-3 decades. And what we saw were a couple of things that worked really well and a few things that we needed to change. But driving change really requires courage, perseverance, and structure. I think a lot of people focus on 1 or 2 of their characteristics that are needed, but you actually need to have a very clear strategy of how are you actually going to deliver a transformation in time. And today I'll talk about that. So let's start with the goal. So Malmö will be a climate neutral city by 2030. That's the goal. But while we're working with the climate transition, we also have the goals from our politicians to make sure that it's an inclusive and just transition, that it will create better living environments for children and young people in the city, to increase the competitiveness of our businesses, to create new green jobs, and so forth. So we have a climate neutral process to work on, but the goals that we have are very wide. And so I use the SDG symbols to kind of bring that into focus, that this is, while it is a climate transition, it is a transition of Malmö that we're working on. And I think that's very important to acknowledge from the very beginning. And we know that in Malmö that a goal without a plan is just a wish. And I think this is very, very important to bring with you, that it's very easy to talk about innovations and projects and ideas, and they're all very exciting. But unless you can actually mesh them together and integrate them with each other with an understanding of where do you want to go, where are you, and how are these actually going to meet the needs that you have, it will primarily be what we've been doing for the last 2 decades, working on various things, but not coordinating them and actually making sure that they work together to get to where we want to be by 2030. And so in Europe, there was a conversation that kind of the Johan Rockström and others kind of had, where there was a conversation about the mission and how can we put people on the moon and the inspiration from that. And in Malmö, we kind of had a very different conversation. Our conversations was very much about how do we actually make the SDGs, the global sustainability goals, become a reality for the city? What would that take, and how can we actually work? How do we need to organize ourselves to actually work with that? How do we know what's important to focus on and what's not important to focus on? And how do we actually mobilize all those stakeholders that needs to be involved in that kind of a process? And from that, we kind of derived what we call then climate transition Malmö, which is actually a professional way of working together, where we always start with a mutual understanding of the goal. Where do we want to be? Are we agreeing on where we actually want to get to, and not just from a climate perspective, but also from a holistic city transformation perspective. And then we always sort out, where are we today? What does that look like? What do we know about where we are? What do we need to find out? How do we find that out? And then from that conversation, we can start to talk about the measures that we have in place. How far will they take us? And what additional measures can we take? And so you need to have this kind of structure in place to be actually be able to have a coordinated and coherent conversation about your city and the transformation that will happen in your city. And based on that, then you can weigh the different suggestions or innovations that are popping up, because then they will fit into a framework. And in Malmö's case, we have 7 goals that actually support, or 6 goals, and then a measure more in the last one. So on the one hand, we have a 70% emission reduction by 2030 of the territorial emissions, so scope 1 and 2. We have emission consumption-based goals to half the emission-based consumption goals by 2030, so from 6.2 tons to 3.1 tons by 2030, and that's then aligning with the Paris Accord. The last bit, when it comes to territorial emissions, we are going to need to offset either by residual emission capture and either then to either be used or stored, so either CCS or CCU. We are working on developing a sustainable mobility system. We have goals to supply Malmö with 100% renewable recycled energy. We have goals to increase our resource efficiency through circularity. And we also have a very specific goals that our politicians have set that we actually, in the scope 3 perspective, we need to make sure that our own organization is net zero by 2030. So that's showing that leadership and saying this is not just something that we're asking from everyone else. We're also showing that we will actually take that goal on it as well. And our environmental program, it gives direction in a sense. We have 12 climate environmental targets, but they're also part of a much larger weave of different documents. And sorry for this being in Swedish, we don't have all these documents translated into English, but I'll walk you through them. So we have the environmental program, of course. We also have the budget for the city, which is then actually the highest decision document that we have. So even though we have an environmental program, the budget is always the highest level of document or political decision that we have in the city. We have the energy strategy, we have a sustainable and urban mobility plan, we have a recycle or circular economy plan, we have the master plan for the city urban spacing development plan, and so forth. So this is something that's very important, is to understand that in Malmö's case, the climate transition is integrated into all these steering documents that then provide guidance and directionality when it comes to the climate transition. And from that, then to say, all right, so how do we actually become a climate neutral city by 2030? We did our analysis and our homework, as I said before, understanding the goal, where are we and what do we need to focus on? And some of these they have a little bit of different connotations or focus, these priority transition areas. So if we start with the scope 1 and 2 emissions, then heating and mobility, which are 2 of those, they cover over 80% of the emissions in the territorial emissions in Malmö. Electricity supply and circular economy, they create the conditions for us to have a successful transition. If we don't have enough electricity, renewable of course, then we will not be able to have that transition. We have the net zero organization, which is about leadership, that we need to show the way to do this. We have the climate smart consumption, which is to support our citizens in their transition. And then of course, we also have actually a large scale initiative when it comes to the carbon neutral construction sector, where we have over 250 local actors mobilizing to have a carbon neutral construction sector by 2030 in Malmö. So these are our main priority transition areas. And we work in those to actually ensure that we will have a transition by 2030. Now, to support that, what we've set up is then the climate transition Malmö office, which I then lead. And we have 3 main functions, you can say. On the one hand, we lead the totality and make sure that everything is on track. We coordinate all the different actors and the efforts that are ongoing in the city that are critical. So we don't coordinate all the small businesses, for example. We have over 40,000 small businesses in Malmö, so that would be impossible. But we coordinate all the major stakeholders. And then we also provide support. It can be support for large actors, but also for smaller actors. And that's anything from the climate contract that we have as a digital format where businesses can go online and find out what can I do to support the transition. We have the same for the citizen. They can sign up and they can see what can I do that's both good for the businesses, but also good financially. So there's a couple of the key things that we do. And we reorganize the whole way that we're operating in the city. So usually you would have the environmental department running this in this silo, and then everything else would be kind of running in their silos. And in Malmö's case, we reorganize ourselves to both be able to work horizontally within our own organization. So between the different departments, the different businesses that we own as a city, but also towards then the infrastructure owners, the property developers, and so forth. So everyone who is in Malmö, in the quadruple helix perspective, we are coordinating and working with, but we're also working them vertically. So that means that we need to integrate with regional decision makers, national policy makers, and of course with the European layer. And we do that then around these actions that we have, these priority transition areas. And that's very different compared to how most cities are set up. I think we're still the only city, at least in Sweden, that's been set up in this way. But now we know that cities in our proximity are starting to shift the way that they're also setting up the way that they operate, to actually have this cross-cutting function that can actually support multiple different actors at the same time. And the ones that lead or are responsible for the whole process is the city directors. So all the city directors are involved at the decision-making level. And so what we've done is that we've said that, all right, so this idea of being able to understand where do we want to go, where are we, and how do we work together, then we bring that into roadmaps. We have one overarching roadmap for the whole city, and then we have 7 specific ones, then one for each transition area. So mobility, heating, electricity supply, and so forth. And the idea with the roadmaps is, and it can be different, I know, for different actors, and people have different connotations or takes on it, but our take is that the roadmaps helps us by pointing a common direction. They state where we are in relation to the goal and what is required to get there. They're not politically decided, and that has to do that we revise them twice per year. And if we had a politically decided roadmap, it would take much longer to have that revision process in play. So what we do is that we say that these are the important things, and then we let the politicians decide on what do they want to bring action on and not. So we maintain the democratic processes, and we support them and actually empower them through working in this way. And it's always based on the current state of knowledge. So by having a process where we revise them, we evaluate and revise them twice per year, then we can make sure that we're aligned with everything that's happening, both in Malmö and outside of Malmö. So new policy at European level, national policies that will have an impact on us and so forth, we can bring into play and understand what would that mean for Malmö, and then adjust our roadmaps accordingly. So what's next for us? So on the one hand, we have the implementation and the development of roadmaps. So on the one hand, it's all about implementation of them, but it's also about that development of the roadmaps. They're never perfect. We never say that they're perfect. They bring a snapshot of what's important right now and what we can foresee, and we always need to be able to work with them in an agile environment. We need to also continue to support and increase Malmö's ability to support the transition. If we don't have these central functions to actually support the transition, we don't think that we will actually be able to become a climate neutral city by 2030. And that includes then communication, our local climate contract, it's the learning mechanism, monitoring and evaluation, strategic insight, foresight analysis, and so forth. All that is packaged in that large scale. And then we have this last one that's also very important, especially moving forward. It's about sharing, spreading, helping others to increase the pace of their transition. So, for example, being here speaking today is one of those activities that we think is very important. Sharing what we've learned and what we've seen so far, but also having the opportunity to learn from others. And we come to this from this kind of main conclusion that it's only together that we can actually transform Malmö by 2030. This is not something that we do on our own. We don't do it on our own in Malmö, and we will need to work together with regional actors, national actors, and pan-European actors. It's the only way to actually accomplish a transition by 2030. And we know that if we do this right, then we can create a better city by 2030. And as I stated earlier, it is about a good living environment. It is about the competitive business sector, the new green jobs, the strengthening of citizens in Malmö, and so forth. So this is the goal that we have. It's not a climate transition only per se. This is about having a just and inclusive transition. And I think that's one of the hardest questions right now that we're dealing with and trying to grapple with or understand is actually this. What does that mean for us? What does a just and inclusive transition mean? And what would sufficiency mean for us as a city? Like from a citizen point of view, what would sufficiency mean for a citizen? So we know in some areas they have 11 times more travel emissions than what other areas of the city have. 11 times. So when you talk about a just and inclusive transition, you also need to be able to talk about the differences within the Malmö when it comes to the citizens' own emissions. We need to figure out how to work together better in in geographies. So in the sense of that, a lot of the roadmaps that I showed you in the transition years, they are focused on very specific items like heating, mobility, and so forth. They all take place in geographical spaces, or many of them do. And we are now working on understanding how can we best coordinate and move those into geographical spaces. And then we get into this kind of conversation. We're very well versed. This is there's two images from Malmö. On the left, you'll see a classical million program home development program. We're used to talking about all the problems in those areas. And on the right, we have more of an affluent area in Malmö. And the thing is that when we look at the consumption data that we have when it comes to scope 3 emissions, all of a sudden, the one on the left is actually the best in class. They're the ones with the lowest footprint, and the one on the right are the ones with the highest footprint. And so now all of a sudden we need to learn and understand how can we have conversations with the people living in the million homes development programs about how to increase their life quality without increasing their emissions. And on the ones on the right, in their houses and homes, we need to have a conversation about how do we actually reduce your footprint while maintaining a high life quality. So these are some of the things that we're dealing with right now and trying to understand how to work with in a good way. And then moving forward, so these are some of the key questions that we want to start talking about and bring more perspectives into the transition. It is about, on the left, you can see some of the impacts that we want to reduce, like flood, maintenance costs, heat islands that will come more and more, air pollution, and so forth. And then on the right side, you can see some of the qualities that we want to increase. And it's not about climate. As you can see, this is a lot about that social fabric thing. It's about the security, it's about social capital, biodiversity, and so forth. So these are the things that we're looking to understand now. How can we bring them all into play and work coordinated with a mutual understanding of where do we want to go, where are we today, and what do we need to focus on to get to where we want to be by 2030. And then leadership in net zero is super important for us. This is something that this is about our own organization. It is about providing credibility for our own organization to show that this is something that we will be doing. This is scope 3 emissions by 2030 for a whole organization. We are 28,000 employees in the city of Malmö. And so we're quite a large business in our own capacity. And we need to know and understand what can we do and do better moving forward. And it's also about connecting climate change with climate adaptation. Currently, there are kind of two missions running in parallel, but we also need to make sure that when we do something good when it comes to climate adaptation, it will also have positive impact on the climate change agenda that we're running, and vice versa. So these are things that we need to interlink and interconnect with each other better moving forward. And then the last item we have is this advocacy to advance the positions. And this is basically about helping others understand where we are today and the needs that we had. And it's primarily policy level makers at national and European level that needs to understand that it's not enough to launch a European mission, for example, to have 100 climate neutral cities by 2030, unless you actually take the time to understand what policy shifts are needed for the cities to actually have the conditions to become climate neutral by 2030. And a lot of those decisions are decisions that are taken at national or European level. So it's not about saying that we will not do our own work and not do our own homework. We will be doing that, but we're also going to need to do this together, or we won't get there at all. And lastly, this is a quote from one of the directors, and it's that we strive to make Malmö a little bit better every day. And I think that's important, not only to think about those really big things that needs to shift by 2030, but also make sure that every day we do something that will actually shift Malmö towards becoming a little bit better every day. And that was my last slide for today. So thank you so much for that. And I'll stop sharing. There we go.
Yeah, thank you, Jonas. That was really impressive what you have done in Malmö and are in the process. All the online crowd, you can raise your hands and we can give the floor to you to ask questions, but I would maybe start with the first question. Like, I guess your department is such kind of visionary, innovative, and so forth. But I guess also in Malmö, you have those hands-on people in the transport unit and so forth, who most probably say, you leave me alone, we know how to do things, and yeah, don't bother me. How do you handle, how do you get them motivated and to work together with you?
So I think, so we've had that history of leave me alone, that kind of mentality. I think all people that's ever worked in a city have that. We're super busy with what we do in our day-to-day business, and someone else coming and saying, well, now you also need to think about climate. It just makes it more difficult. So what we did was, and which I think was very smart, was that we didn't come in and say you need to do this and this. What we said is we're going to work with the roadmaps. That's our main tool that we have, where we set out the very clear understanding of what the goal is, where are we in relation to that goal, and what measures are we putting in play, how far will that take us, and what else do we need to do. And from that kind of and when you hand that over then to for example, then the road department and say, well, we need a scenario or understand how far are we actually going to get with all the projects that we have when it comes to shifting people to walking or biking or using electrical vehicles or whatever, then all of a sudden you're kind of empowering them, because then they need to start to develop the scenarios and they need to understand how far will they currently take. And then they will come to the conclusion that probably what they're doing is not going to be sufficient. It will take us to some part, but then you can also get into that conversation. What additional measures do we have and what kind of impact would that have? And so it's not about pointing fingers. It's more about supporting that mutually decided way of working together. And in Malmö, then we've firmed that up very clearly from highest political level, mayor and downwards, but also at the director level. So this is not an option. This is how we work, and this is how we're going to work moving forward. And now, interestingly enough, it's becoming quite the talking point in the city. And now, like the director who's in charge of urban planning, he's asking now, well, how can we shift this into the urban spatial planning process? How can we agree on what the goal is, where we are, and what do we need to focus on? So it's actually becoming, now we're proving the viability of it. Is also becoming something that others want to learn from and understand how can we apply this to our own processes.
Do we have questions here? Yes, Victoria?
I have two questions concerning your department, but also the work of your department. You told that you have this well-integrated organizational structure where all departments are collaborating with each other. So what is the main fundamental organizational difference of your department from the regular municipality? So how did you manage to achieve this collaboration and breaking out of the silo? So this is the first question. And the second question is that you mentioned that you would like to reduce the emissions from consumption patterns. So, and I'm wondering, how can you possibly influence consumption patterns of regular residents? I think that's something like that you really need to hack.
It is. So let me start with the first one. I mean, most of us are used to the kind of silo department structure. Everything is, you're working on your own thing, and that's how we're usually set up. And I think what we decided in 2019, 2020 was that, yes, we need to maintain that because there's a sense of effectiveness or efficiency in being set up in that way. But we also need to have cross-cutting functions that can bring together teams working across all these silos. And so what we did was then create the office that I then lead, which is then the Climate Transition Office. And that has staff from all the different departments, but also very specific functions. And it doesn't report to one director. So I then report to multiple directors at the same time. And so I have a manager, but my manager doesn't actually manage my job. I actually lead my own job and report to the directors directly. And so that is a big difference, the way that's been set up. So in a way, you could look at it as like how you work in the consulting industry with like a matrix setup when it comes to organizational structure. So in a way, we're set up like a matrix organization. So we borrow or get loaned resources from different departments to support our transition. So that's one thing. Secondly, and then, so it's not only about the people. That's one thing. The really important one is the roadmaps. It's the roadmaps that actually bring all the different departments and all the other actors together, because that's the way that you actually then have the sustained capabilities to actually work together. Now, when it comes to consumption goals, yes, it is super tricky. How do we work, for example, with flying? Flying is one of the big CO2 emission footprint in Malmö. About 20% of the emissions come from that when it comes to scope 3. We can't directly, but we can indirectly. So by strengthening the local tourism and working in that kind of way, we can then, and informing them about how big that impact actually is. Maybe we can start shifting some of those people that might go to London or Paris over the weekend and say, well, we actually have either in Malmö or regional, we have other options that you can choose. There are other things that you can do. And then food is another big one. Food is something there's a very lively food culture in Malmö that we can work with and have dialogues about, and the options to reduce your footprint from the food that you're consuming and so forth. And there are other mechanisms that we work with when it comes to mobility. That's about 20% of the footprint. And that's something that we can easily work with and so forth. So it's a little bit about the combination of what can we work with directly and what can we work with indirectly, and understanding what it is that we can do. And I think that we're still early in that process of understanding, and I think most cities are, but I think there are ways to get the ball rolling on this, definitely. And there's a very big engagement from private citizens in Malmö to be part of the solution and not part of the problem.
More questions? I can ask this, as this becoming climate neutral and so forth, it's kind of a complex issue, meaning you do one thing and that affects the second thing and so forth. How do you measure those co-effects and kind of analyze, okay, when we do this, what it can make happen in the city?
Yeah, it's a good question. So it's a combination of, so on the one hand, you need to decide what kind of impacts are you looking for. Like I showed before, we have a wide variety of different impacts that we're seeking, social, economic, and so forth. So you need to understand what kind of impacts are you looking to have. That's the first thing. Secondly, you need to figure out what kind of, most cities, at least in Sweden, we have so much data on different factors. So you need to kind of start to track what do we have and what do we not have, and what kind of frequency do you actually get that data on, and so forth. Some of the data that we have is very relevant and very up to date. Other data, like the mobility, they only had data every 5th year on how people shifted, the patterns shifting. And so that was clearly insufficient. So you need to have that conversation. How do we actually get data on a quarterly basis or at least once a year, so that we can track patterns and see trends and so forth. And then once you kind of understand that, then you can start to say, all right, so some of the measures will be more qualitative and some will be quantitative. And you need a combination of those two to kind of pin down where you are in relation to where do you want to be. And then you need to kind of understand what's good enough. Like, what do we actually need to be able to prove or know locally in Malmö, or can we use national data because it's good enough at this point? And so it's a little bit about both of those, or a lot of different things at the same time that we're working on. And I think we're actually rerunning now our 3rd iteration of climate neutral Malmö by 2030. It will be finished in the autumn, where we look at both 3 different scenarios when it comes to climate emission reductions. We're running one scenario at 70% emission reduction, and another one at 80%, and another one at 85%. And then in that process, we will also look at all these kind of different benefits that are important to Malmö. So in the autumn, I would advise you to have a look at the results of that, because then at least you'll get an idea of how we're doing it. Not saying it is the way to do it, but it is at least one way to do it. And it's our 3rd iteration now. So we're starting to slowly but safely get a little bit better at it. And so that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, thank you. That would be really interesting also in the fall, then look how it all worked out. But great thanks to you, Jonas, and good luck with all the developments, and we will continue with the challenges from here.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you for letting me be part of this. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay, but now we have our second set of challenges. So the cities that should be there, I hope you're ready, and we are ready to share your slides for the ones that will that have sent to us. So we start with Belgium and the city of Etterbeek about, the involving citizens and somehow also rewarding them if they do something good. So the floor is yours,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jean-François Majan. I am from the municipality of Etterbeek, which is in Belgium. It is a urban municipality located in the region of Brussels. Starting with some description of our municipality, we are, as you may know, a local public authority. We have one feature, maybe I want to point out, is that we have more than half of our population which is not Belgian. So we have a very diverse population. which represents a great opportunity, but also a major challenge, because many languages, many cultures, many different economic situations, and we want one of our probably challenges is to increase the community engagement and the social cohesion. This was actually the topic of my second slide. Sorry, I forgot to ask to move. So can you switch to the next slide, please? Yeah, so that was my introduction. Now, actually, I have built my presentation like the declaration of interest form. So I am following more or less the same titles. Now, in terms of our capacity to take part in a project with you, in an innovative project, I wanted to mention that we are familiar with European environments and projects. Just to mention one or two, we were coordinator of the project CRISCO, fostering involvement of all citizens in local life to improve social cohesion. You see, from 2018, it was already our concern. And by the way, this project CRISCO was a network of towns with an Estonian city, Tartu. And we have other ones like Approach, which was a European project on connecting EU mobile citizens with their welcoming cities, because we have a lot, as you can imagine, as a headquarter of the EU institutions, we have a lot of European citizens in Etterbeek. Now, moving to the next slide. Our challenge, in fact, is a couple of two challenges. One is that we want to develop circular economy and local economy. And to do that, we already have some tools like the Brubel, which is actually a local currency that we have launched as a public initiative in 2021. But this tool needs to be better developed. So until now, it is a simple voucher, like you see in the picture, which is worth €5, which is on paper, and which is kind of gift that that the municipality distributes on some occasions. But it's not really a tool for economy. And the second challenge, as I mentioned, is the community engagement, the social cohesion, and we believe that volunteering is a good tool for that. Until now, we have a database of 100 people willing to give some of their time on a free basis to help on local development, but we want to develop that with a better way of matching offer and demand in terms of volunteering. So these are, and putting together these two challenges would be that our volunteers would be rewarded thanks to Brubels, which would improve the local economy and also strengthen the social cohesion in Etterbeek. Can we move to the next slide, please? So we need innovation to do that. First of all, we want to find a way to digitalize the Brubel, because it's much better than the simple paper vouchers. And also, we would like to have a better way of managing our volunteering offer and demand, because so far it is quite basic as a management way. And we would like to develop an online platform where the citizen could have on their mobile phone an application to watch and to decide which service they could give to the community, and then they would be able to buy something in the local restaurant or retailers, and this via Brubels, of course, and then the municipality will manage this online platform, which would be a vehicle to improve the local economy and the local social cohesion. So basically what we need is IT innovation, but it also touches upon social and economic sciences, urban sciences, law sciences also, because we have to take care of being in line with the law on labor, the insurance, the law on privacy, etc. So it is quite a challenge, we believe. And we hope this digital solution would be scalable, of course. And I may mention as an example that we find good, that you may know, is the city of Heerlen, in the Netherlands, with which we are in contact, and they have already developed such a initiative, and it might be a source of inspiration. Next slide, please. And the impact, we hope, I mentioned them already several times, is to foster a sense of community and the pride and a belonging and sense of pride and belonging in the local community. Also, it would improve our management of volunteering and also develop it. The Ruble itself is a good vehicle for a local economy. And of course, we don't want to do that only for ourselves, but we hope it will be scalable and exportable in other cities. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so unfortunately the time is up, so we cannot allow questions at the moment, but definitely his contacts are available at our homepage, or you can write in the chat. So I hope other cities also take the interest and we can do something together in this field. It somewhat matches with some other ideas, maybe from St. Mangle, so let's see how it all goes. But now the other cities can vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, but now we will try to move to Brazil. Do we have someone from Porto Alegre online? This is nice time for them. Yes, thank you. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I am, so my name is Edmar Luciano. I am from Rio Grande do Sul state, the southernmost state in Brazil, from the city of Porto Alegre. So the challenge is, the proposal of this challenge is in this city. This is a proposal from our Porto Alegre City Hall ICT agency, and we from PUCRS University, we are supporting them. So probably you heard on this month about the flood in the south of Brazil. So we have been having intense rain since late April. These rains generating flooding in mainly the whole state. And we have our Guaíba River waterfront presenting 5.35 meters above the riverbed, and this created lots of concerns, damages, casualties, and it's a difficult situation in Porto Alegre city and in the whole state. Probably you heard about Porto Alegre as the city which created participatory budgeting 35 years ago. And so now we are suffering with the impact of these intense floods. This proposal is around smart communities, social innovation. So the idea is to create a smart communities toolkit for enhanced flood resilience in our communities here. We are working on the social innovation domain, trying to help communities to develop as smart communities and do a bit of prevention by themselves, not just wait from the city hall prevention measures. So the idea is to improve the sense of community and give them a few tools in this toolkit to help them to organize themselves as a community, as a smart community. We have been developing smart community research in the city. Part of this research, it's going to be presented next month on the DGO conference. We identified that smart community development is a way to deal against bureaucracy, excess of regulations, and call attention when you have a substantial problem we are not able to deal for alone by yourselves. So this is the proposal. Okay, time. Okay, I don't have time anymore. Just a few seconds to finish. So the idea is to create a set of so this toolkit based on a deep research on these communities to identify what they need the most and use the collective intelligence communities have to scale and to create this toolkit to help them to work as a community and as a smart community. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting challenge also. And I hope this is a good start for, some researchers from here, Estonia and Brazil, to work together in that. And yes, we also need some Estonian cities to be involved. So the next one will be from Pärnu, also having a river, and we also have a river in Tartu and Narva. So let's see which of those cities would be interested to join this challenge. Thank you. But now we will move to Pärnu and hear about the river shores.
Hello, I am from Pärnu city government, and now I will speak about smart solution on river shore. And the banks of the rivers located in the city of Pärnu are an attractive area, which is wanted to be used more and more. Several landslides have occurred on the banks of river over the years, which affects planning and construction activities in these areas. The results of the geological surveys completed so far shows that the rivers have numerous landslide-prone or potentially landslide-prone areas, where construction and planning activities require special measures to ensure the stability of the shores. This is a big problem for the city as the pressure to use the waterfront is high and growing every year. For example, 2 years ago, large landslide took place on private property in Audru, and Audru is located in Pärnu city, where the area of the landslide was 1.6 hectare and 250 meter long. Landslide took place 30 meters from the living house. Fortunately, the house was not damaged. This one was the biggest landslide of Estonia in recent decades. This is an important issue for us as a large part of Pärnu river banks is threatened by the landslides. The presentation of the study in this year, January, showed that the risk of landslides covers a large part of the banks of both the Pärnu and the Sauga rivers, especially near the larger settlements close to the river. The occurrence of landslide prompted the city to carry out additional research in order to understand better the peculiarities of the riverbanks of the city of Pärnu. Research has provided input for planning decisions. As a result, additional surveys are necessary to organize construction activities in the landslide-prone and potentially landslide-prone areas. And if necessary, additional securing of the shore. This becomes clear from the results of the additional surveys. The measures proposed so far do not offer simple and cheap solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any quick questions with from other cities with rivers? Doesn't seem at the moment, but definitely, again, Pärnu's contact is there, so feel free to contact and ask more and see how similar, different the challenges are concerning your rivers. But we stay in Estonia and now move to Tartu, who has the challenge about detecting street markings, and I understand the quality of these.
Yes, can I share my screen as well?
Sure.
Okay, I will show some slides also. So I'm Jonas from Tartu city, and Tartu is the second largest city in Estonia with population around 100,000 citizens. I am happy to say that we have a challenge, and to be honest, I think most of municipalities around the world have same challenge, how to provide with limited resources. I mean, here mostly human and then financial resources, high quality public services and also surveillance services. We see that AI can help us here a lot to automate surveillance activities within the city and those reduce pressure on human labor and to save money as well. And there is a good side effect here in terms of database planning. I think such solutions, what we have in mind, can improve also database planning and gather needed data for different purposes. And today we see that one good possibility to use AI is also to combine this data gathering with drones and then to combine AI and then drones in together. So what is the challenge? At this point, we want to improve surveillance of monitoring of payment markings in the city. Today, it's mostly done by visual records of specialists, but we see here good opportunity for drones and for using AI. What we expect? We expect at least twice in a year collection of spatial data, probably using drones, but there are also other possibilities for this. To analyze this data using AI, calculation of marking restoration volumes by different classes, then creation of work order in ArcGIS environment, and final updating also the spatial database in ArcGIS. I know that many municipalities are using also same software solution, I mean ArcGIS or similar ones, and those this solution might be scalable to different municipalities and countries. And in the final end, we think and we are quite confident that this pilot will help improve our other surveillance activities and automate them, and of course will give us savings in resources, especially in time and in money. And I think for our cooperation partners, for scientists and companies, it will give big fame and hopefully also quite great income in the future, because the challenge is wide and there is no signs that it will be lost anywhere. So it's generally all from my side at the moment. So
thank you. Any quick questions? I think clear enough. And yeah, I hope some foreign cities will now also vote for Tartu and say that this is also something we want to get solved. So let's cross fingers. And yeah, you're welcome to also contact foreign cities and motivate them to join the challenge. But now we will move to Maribor, Slovenia, about the city temperature monitoring. Do we have you online?
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
I have all the slides already prepared. Okay, here again, me, Matea, and Dea, my colleague from city of Maribor. I will present our challenge about the city temperature monitoring system. The temperatures, the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Temperatures in the city have risen by 1.19 degrees Celsius over a period of 100 years. The city has numerous heat islands, and the city, the increase in temperatures is attributed to the large number of concrete surfaces. The high temperatures primarily impact vulnerable groups of people like elderly, kids, pregnant women, outside workers, and so on. An action plan actually is to mitigate heat waves is currently being in the process is developed in the city level. And therefore, we need a reliable data to enhance the decision-making process of local authorities regarding the heat waves mitigation. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. According to national, now we are not seeing the slides. Okay, I can present without slides, but we don't see it.
If one moment, maybe
yes,
maybe it can be back up, or if you have it ready, you can also just share yourself.
But I guess I'm not dealing with that, but probably.
okay, I see the green button. I can share actually.
Yeah, you can share also from there.
Maybe it's faster than fixing the error.
Something is coming now.
No, no, okay. Now we are in the third slide. The next one. Okay, that's the right one, yes. According to national legislation, temperature monitoring is currently only conducted by state institutions at 3 points in the city. There is no comprehensive local temperature monitoring system in place at the city level to provide real-time temperature data. This year, actually, city officials have allocated some additional funds to support the establishment of 2 temperature measurements points. But however, these two stations are insufficient to accurately depict city's temperature trends, especially as temperatures are rising, leading to these increased hotspots. We recently received also a physical card, as part of another project, which highlighted visible heat stress effects in various parts of the city. You can see this in the slide on the right side. The next slide. Okay. The main issue is that there are only a few measuring stations, and they are not situated in the area where the impact of heat islands are noticeable. Most of the stations are located on the outskirts of the city, where the effects of the heat islands are not evident. So some researchers also expressed the need for the temperature monitoring to be set up, and this would enable them actually to conduct research and monitor temperature trends for more effectively. That's why we are actually decided to present this challenge. The last slide, please. Our ideal actually output of the solution is implementation of real-time temperature monitoring system, which enables city officials and others to devise a natural-based solution to mitigate the hotspots, establishing a platform that allows citizens to submit also their initiatives, comments, ideas, and viewpoints on addressing these high temperatures. And the goal of the solution is, as I already said, the increasing citizen awareness, so they can, for example, plan their routes through the city on the hot days with shadow, there where is shadowy, and implement the goals outlined in the action plan for mitigating the heat waves. This is the second goal. And the third goal is also to contribute to the smart city goals defined in our smart city strategy of Maribor, which was adopted 2 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting challenge. Somehow we think that it's normal that there are many points anyway in the city and the cities know about it. But yeah, what comes out, it's not the reality. Yeah. So I hope some other cities will also confirm that they have the same issue. And I think with this temperatures rising, it's quite obvious that there is. Thank you. So now we should have Amsterdam online. So I hope I know they were traveling, but they hope to be online. You are there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
I'm glad to be here. So for Amsterdam, we want to present 3 challenges. And well, the first, I do not have slides, but the first one is about communication in general in many different channels, because we are working on a European project, Communicity, and within this project we did many small pilots that showed that there's a lot of potential for using, well, mainly AI actually, for improving communication with many different groups in the city. For example, we had an AI interpreter that can be used for conversations from asylum seekers with their client manager. And we used AI to convert text to videos in different languages. And we did these things, but they're all rather small pilots. And we are really interested in upscaling this and maybe finding even better tools or that are able to work with more languages or so. So we are interested in any tech solutions that can improve our communication with different groups in the city, like people who do not speak the language or who are not good at reading or who are hearing impaired or so. And it may be for like face-to-face conversations or for written information that they get through the website or for letters that they receive at home, or any solution to improve communication to different groups in the city that are difficult to communicate with for us because they do not, for several reasons. So that's one of our challenges. I think this was about a minute or so. And does anyone have any questions about this one?
Not at the moment, but I guess it may have like similarities with some of the challenges that will still come that are presented by other cities. So yeah, take a look, and then maybe there is potential also for cooperating or joining the forces in some cases.
Okay, the next one on the agenda is will be presented by my colleague Mijntje. Oh, we cannot hear you yet.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon already. My name is Mijntje. I'm a digital communications coordinator from the Health Services Department of the City of Amsterdam. My apologies. I don't have any slides, and I'm just going to try to read it from my auto cue here. So sorry for not doing this by memory. This challenge is about fake news and misinformation. Many citizens get their information nowadays, also health information, from other sources than governmental or municipality or health professionals, doctors, scientists, etc. And also from other than trusted channels, like the regular press channels or channels that are owned or referred by to the municipality. And this information sometimes is very contradictory to ours. It creates mistrust and suspension, and it harms the trust in governmental organizations in general. And we could say, using big words, it's threatening our national health. And what are the effects that we see from that directly? Well, for example, and I don't know, I think it might be the case in other countries as well, but our vaccination rates are drastically lowering every year now since a couple of years. And those vaccination rates are of great importance to the health of the residents and the protection of the nation against infectious diseases and the consequences of that. And a decline immediately leads to a greater risk of outbreaks, which we have seen already in Holland. A couple of months ago, there was a measles outbreak, and this has not happened since 2008. So, and this is all due to big groups not being protected. And not only the vaccination degree of the rates we see the dropping, but also the rates of, for example, the use of birth control pills and condoms. Just to give you an example, last year, 1 in 5 young people did not use any form of contraception. In 2017, this was only 1 in 10. So that's a decrease of 50%. And the main reason for these dropping numbers are that these mainly young girls have heard that hormones are dangerous. So young girls that not merely listening to experts, to doctors, to health professionals to inform them on the effects and side effects of hormones, but to influencers telling them that that taking hormones is dangerous, and they rather measure their temperature, or they sit in the moonlight and take some extra hormones just not to get pregnant. So the fact that they believe information from these untrusted sources, from people that only have a wide reach as a credential, is a cause of worry for us. People using and trusting these sources is not a problem of vulnerable groups only, though it affects them maybe more. It goes beyond education and age, so it's not really directly connected. There's a link, but not always. Just to give you an example, 40% of the people cannot even distinguish the difference between fake and real news. And now with AI coming, and so this will get, this number will only increase, we would say. So we could say that disinformation and fake news is sort of a beast that is threatening us. We know it's out there, it's big and hairy, it's growing every year, but we do not know exactly what it is. We do not know where it is and how we can fight it. It's not very tangible for us. So we would be highly helped, I guess, like many, because I'm 100% sure this is not a problem that only goes for the Netherlands, to have a more and deeper understanding of the size and the sources of fake news and the misinformation, the content of it, the platforms, the senders, and its impact. In other words, the outlines of the beast. And if we know that beast better, we could better define strategies to fight it, how and with what armor. We know that during the corona epidemic, there was initiatives like the ones we are actually thinking of, dashboards visualizing data on this information. But this initiative stopped mainly because the financing stopped. And we are now a few years further, and technology has developed further. So it would be great to have a 2.0 version of this kind of data visualization. This is mainly, a part of the challenge was also to see what would be a way to also be present in the channels that we cannot be present in now. So a lot of this, to say that the main channels that, for example, young people use, like TikTok, because we're not allowed to go there. So the challenge also asked to see if we could think in sort of finding a way to see if there's solutions to still be present there, to give a contra voice to all that that misinformation there. Well, this was my, I think, a little bit over time. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I guess we know the issue very well in Estonia. It's kind of similar, but yeah, of course, it's difficult to know what to do with it. And that's good in reality that we already gave some hints. Yeah, that may be some good ideas for the researchers also to think like, okay, what we can do with this beast.
Yeah.
So I hope that, the researchers can also technologically somehow, detect, and then, we can see maybe something with the dashboards and maybe something totally new. Let's see, also engaging citizens, the ones that are more aware and so forth. So let's think. I hope we will find something. Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
We have the third
Bye-bye.
one also from Amsterdam then,
Yeah. I couldn't really hear what was being said, but maybe that I would present the third. now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, our third challenge is about hearing impaired in public transport, because in public transport often messages are called out, and of course when you do not hear well, you cannot hear these messages, and we would like to be public transport also a good way of traveling for hearing impaired in a pleasant way, comfortable way. And we did already do a small pilot with this, and well, there was a microphone listening to the messages and transforming it to written text on phones. And we do have this, like this is open source, and if people want to, they could proceed or build on what we tried already. But we are also open to completely new solutions. But the point is that we want people who do not hear well to be able to also know what is being broadcast, audio broadcast in public transport. And
But the target group is then more like the, let's say, middle-aged and younger, not exactly the elderly, or who may not have these smartphones, or?
Well, of course, not everyone has smartphones. So if there are other solutions, like we also thought of doing it on screens, but I know that the city of Amsterdam, the public transport company, does not want to have more information on the screens in the public transport. So in that case, it would have to be on smartphones, and not everyone can be helped. Or I mean, maybe there are other solutions possible, maybe but I do not know other solutions myself, but maybe I can be surprised by ideas from someone else.
Yeah, interesting topic. Yeah, in some cases it is screens that help, but of course, again, when we think about elderly, so maybe they don't see enough good as well, so that also may be a problem. So yeah, kind of tricky, but maybe the researchers can come up, or maybe some companies have some good solutions.
Yeah. Yes, and I forgot to say about the first one that we do not only see the potential for things like an AI interpreter, but we also received a lot of responses from, for example, people working in healthcare or psychologists that thought it would be very good to have an AI interpreter that they do not want to use Google Translate, of course, because of privacy issues, and also many such existing tools are not very good at the languages that are spoken by, for example, refugees, like the language of Eritrea or Farsi, which is spoken in some countries, or like so that's maybe good to know that the existing tools, as far as we know, are not so privacy friendly and not so good at many languages that would be important for us. And we do know that there is really a need, because we get a lot of information requests about the pilots that we did, but our pilot has not resulted in a totally finished product that can be implemented right away.
Yeah, thank you from Amsterdam, and I hope you will find other cities interested, and then researchers can come up with some solutions. Now, as we've gone to the topic of mobility in the forms of hearing aid in public transport, now we go back to Pärnu, and next to the shores of rivers, there is also traffic on the river, and there is also some challenge there.
And now I will speak about traffic on Pärnu River. As Pärnu is the summer capital of Estonia, the number of people increases several times in summer, and increased number of people in the summer capital will also affect traffic on the Pärnu River. The last few years have seen an increase in watercraft traffic on the river, which have caused its own share of problems. There will be more and more situations where people do not have information about competitions, speed limits on the river, which in its turn will create unpleasant situations. This is important to our city because sustainable traffic needs regulation on the Pärnu River. Increase of water traffic calls for greater attention to safety. This also applies to rowing competition and other similar water sports competition are less risky to organize, which in turn attracts more people to the city of Pärnu who come organize, compete, and watch water sports competition on the river. Current situation is that there is no good way to provide operation information to river users. For example, for safety reasons about the race or other information. For example, there could be road signs or banners on the bridges or on the water with variable information. Like, for example, slow down, don't make waves, and so on. Today, water traffic is only partially regulated. We don't need the beginning and the end of the road is marked. The start and end of the special area are marked, but special area edges are not marked. And this special area, we are thinking about the rowing area where rowers can do the competitions that there is their own limits that the boats with motors, they can't speed there. They have to be aware that there is competitions. As the racing stadium is used for different races at different times, clear and comprehensible signage is needed. The best solution would be to install LED signs with variable information on the bridges. Cooperation with the transport agency is also needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any quick questions? Doesn't seem to be, but I hope again there are other cities with rivers that have similar issues. But now we are going to Israel and Tel Aviv city. I hope you are online.
Hello.
And topic about sidewalks that are not safe enough. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, nice to be here. I'm Batel from the mass transit unit at the Tel Aviv-Yafo municipality in Israel. And we want to talk today about one challenge that we have in the city, a very serious challenge, unsafe sidewalks. Okay, you can change. You can move to the next one.
No.
Okay, so thank you. So lack of safety for pedestrians on the sidewalks of the city. I think as many other cities and especially main metropolitan areas in other countries in the world, we have in the last few years increasing numbers of micromobility users, which includes bicycle, electric bike, and mopeds, electric scooters. Okay, you can go on. We have a lack of adequate infrastructure for all of them. Next. And as a result of the lack of adequate infrastructure, many of them ride on the sidewalks. As you can see in the picture, in the small picture, even when we have bicycle lanes, sometimes cars and trucks park on them. So the micromobility users tend to pass them, and many times they go on the sidewalks instead. Okay, next. And we also have growing fast food deliveries in the last few years, such as Wolt and other companies, which are very, very popular in Israel and especially in Tel Aviv. So they aggravate the problem because, as you know, they have to arrive as quickly as possible to the destination. Okay, you can go on. Next. So what the municipality has done so far in order to try to solve the problem, we continue to create more and more bicycle lanes across the city. As you can see in the pictures, some of them are on the roads, but some of them are on the sidewalks when we have a lack of space on the road. So it's not always the ideal solutions. The municipality has also tightened the enforcement of two-wheelers. And as of this summer, this August, we are going to have license plates for e-scooters, which is a new thing. So we hope this is also going to ease the problem a little bit. We do have enforcement, but not enough resources for enforcement in the city. And we also have some legal obstacles for enforcement because some of the enforcement can only be done by the Ministry of Transport. So the local officers are not legally able to enforce all traffic violations. And as you can see in the picture downstairs, we have many points of conflict in the city, especially on sidewalks. So as you can see, the buses, the public transport stations, which are located on the sidewalk, and as passengers go on and down from the buses, many times they collide with the bicycle lanes. So this is one of our very serious problems on the sidewalks. So what we would like to see in the solution is that all the traffic of the two-wheelers will go on the road. So the solution should include enforcement, education of the people, growing awareness, and also better infrastructure for two-wheelers in the city. Okay, so this is it for this challenge, and we are going to present another challenge in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think most of us have seen this challenge in our cities. So, but yeah, we also tried some things in Tallinn, but the citizens are not too happy. So let's see if we can together maybe manage to find something better and see how to solve that. So we hope the companies and researchers come up with something. Thank you. Now we are moving to Latvia and Jurmala. And you wanted to count passengers in public buses. So I hope someone is...
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Nice to be here. My name is Svetlana. I represent administration of Jurmala Local Government Mobility Division in Latvia. Our challenge is efficient passenger counting in public buses. Please, next slide. Thank you. In Jurmala, we care about public transport. Currently, we have 7 public routes spread across whole Jurmala. The only data collection points is the moment when ticket is purchased. Either free for Jurmala resident or acceptable price for other people. Please, next slide. Yeah, thank you. I like all cities, we have challenges around public transport. Starting from passenger counting, onboarding and offboarding, good roads, decrease emission, increasing passenger well-being, and collect more insights to make correct decision in future. Please, next slide. And let's us bring a new light in the cities. To solve this challenge, data matters. Facts that will help to understand the effectiveness of routes. Amount of buses we have to provide during the day. Colleagues from other cities, if you feel this challenge is relevant, let's us join forces. Vote for this challenge. And scientists, startups, or whoever willing to help us, you know the drill. Looking forward to hear from you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Very nicely presented and understandable. Again, I think in Estonia we have kind of the similar. Again, we get to know the people when they enter the bus, but we don't know where they leave. So unfortunately, but then there is the problem with private company who doesn't want to give us the data. But yeah, I hope we find some innovative solutions how to bypass this data.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now back to Maribor and Slovenia about their third challenge about the parking in the cities, yeah?
Okay.
This one is very needed.
Hello again from Mateo and Dea from Maribor. I will present actually our challenge about smart city parking management system. The municipality of Maribor is home to 110,000 residents. The challenge of finding available parking space in the city is particularly noticeable during the large events and also on a daily basis. The quest for parking spots contributes to heightened traffic and congestions, and these issues could be mitigated through the implementation of real-time monitoring of the parking availability. The next slide, please. In Maribor, we have designed white zones for paid parking. Currently, these spaces are monitored by parking supervisors, and this leads to a lack of structured, comprehensive oversight of parking space occupancy and also to additional costs. The city lacks digital support or a solution to implement features like smart parking lots with real-time monitoring. Actually, we are currently seeking such a solution. That's why we are pitching this challenge. The next slide, please. The city has a physical map, as you can see in the slide, that shows the location of parking zones. However, there is no centralized data on the availability of parking spaces in these specific zones. So the short-term parking zones and prepaid parking spaces are designated, but the exact number of parking spaces is not indicated. Next slide, please. We are seeking of a solution that can actually decrease traffic congestions and enhance traffic safety, present a visual representation of current available parking spots, facilitate easier monitoring of all parking spaces within the city, and eliminate the need of physical oversight of parking lots by parking supervisors. This tailored accommodates also to individuals with reduced mobility, because they faced challenges in planning their routes due to limited availability of parking spaces for disabled people. Because compared to the regular parking spots, which are most which are more of it, we have more of regular parking spaces than for the disabled people. The next slide, please. The solution aims to save users time and cost by accelerating the search for the free parking space, introduce a new digital smart city solution to monitor statistical traffic data, reduce the number of police interventions also in the city, and enhance traffic safety, and also optimize the work of parking managers and supervisors to facilitate the inspections of parking spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, all the challenges are everywhere, so it will be challenging for cities to choose which are the most important for them. Yeah, Kalle, I think you wanted to ask a question or comment.
Yeah, about this parking in Maribor. Who's operating the parking at the moment? Is it city itself, or do you have commercial parking operators doing the job?
Actually, we have both. We have some commercial operators, and also some parking spaces are managed by the city.
All right. but there is no. I mean, there are commercial solutions for this. Are they too expensive for you, or what's the problem in a way? I mean, greedy parking device providers would be happy to offer you solutions, but are they too expensive?
Actually, yes. We have some meetings about it, but it's a very expensive solution. And on the other hand, the budget for the municipality is not allocated for such solutions.
Okay, and you know that these commercial parking operators would be willing to or forced to share the data if they had it. Do you have any agreements with them already?
Actually, some data, I think it should be open data, but not all the data, because I think that the some which are connected with personal data that it's not possible to share it. But otherwise, about the space availability, I think that can't be a question. I think so.
Okay, and the parking enforcement people, are they sort of city personnel, or are they commercial, sort of private parking enforcement companies?
You mean about the supervisors, or?
Yeah.
They are from the city.
Municipal, yeah.
Municipality,
okay. Yeah.
Okay, but then I think in order to explore it more, then you can contact each other and have a special session and think how to proceed from here. But if we have now Alba Julia from Romania, Lidio, if you are online, then I would give the floor to you to
Yes,
present
hello.
yourself. Thank you. Yeah, good.
Yes, hello. Finally. Our challenge, our problem that we presented in our submitting application is strictly related to energy and to the greenhouses phenomenon that is happening right now in Romania for 2 years or 3 years. The problem is that we produce, in terms of private housing, too much energy. So lots of this energy is wasted because the national grid cannot take it, take it and pay for the private people to utilize it and to compensate them. So there is an inflation of energy produced, solar energy produced. This is important for us. Because having too much energy and wasting it would be an additional problem, given the fact that the price of the energy is still high in Romania. The innovation, the issue is not solved. Nobody is thinking about this at the moment because the only things that we thought that as a country, and it's at the European level maybe, is how to produce more green energy, how to give the people the liberty to produce a green energy. But how about the wasted energy? So the problem is not solved, but our proposal is to create energy communities, PEDs, positive energy districts, and positive energy buildings, in order to change, to promote this policy, to foster these things, in order to change the legal framework, the national legal framework, for the energy communities to be created locally, at local level. So when an energy community is created, let's say from 4, 5, 10 houses, private buildings, then the wasted energy would be, the quantity of the wasted energy will be smaller, or there would be none. So we want to enforce, to promote this policy from the local level to the national level to higher level, in order for the legal framework to be changed and to be permitted for these energy communities to be created effectively. So I would be able to give energy to my neighbor legally. The impact is extremely important, and we've foreseen it because there is so much talking at European level about energy communities, but the effectiveness of the energy communities is low, even in advanced in more developed countries. I think if the municipality at local level would be capable, and is capable, at least in our city, to manage through e-governance solutions these policies and this project that would be created within the city, then an important data collection would be held by the municipality, and then we can work with that data. We can see how much energy is wasted. We can see how much energy is produced. We can see how is the energy trading from one family to another family, or from one house to another house, and we can establish other plans and other projects in this regard. This would be also an exercise for civic involvement, and would lead to solving this problem. And we think that the community will be more responsible. In this way, we would create smart energy communities, of course, and we will foster energy consumptions, responsible energy consumptions, and much more healthier environment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In the morning session, yeah, we had several energy-related challenges. So if you also listen to them, there may be some that you maybe need to join forces with, meaning like you can maybe from different angles. And I hope the researchers and companies interested also will listen to that. We will make also a note in the recording that your presentation is in the afternoon, so they can find this right spot.
Perfect.
But
Perfect,
now
thank
we
you.
will have about 12 minutes break for tea or coffee or water. And we start at 3 p.m. with the third session, still 12 challenges to go, and all very interesting also for you. So thank you and see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your great insights from the city challenges. So just a reminder to the presenters. So please keep it brief and concise, ideally 3-minute pitch so that we have a little bit of time for questions. But if it's super interesting, I can let you go a little bit longer. So the first one, we have a Una from Croatia, one of the few countries in Europe I haven't been to yet. So do we have a representative here online? Anyone from Croatia? I think it's Marko.
Anyone from Pula here? No? I guess not.
Okay, then we can leave it later, check it again. So next one on my list is City from Estonia.
I'm here.
Yes, so thankfully we have a person in person. The floor is yours and the presentation, do you have one?
I have a few slides, so you can click through the first like 2, 3 in 10-second intervals.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm Silver Kelk from Ülemiste City. I'm the head of development there. Now, I must say, in contrast to other presenters, Ülemiste City is not a municipality, it's a privately developed business district. However, I think our scope of innovation and research topics almost make up the same size. Next. Today, I present mostly the topic about the community engagement and their health. We can stop here. And health support projects. We have a community of 16,000 people, about 500 companies, and we have engaged in a lot of collaborations with universities, working out data models, data metrics, all sorts of nudging programs, health programs. And as we have been operating as a test city in over the past years, we have also initiated a lot of the kind of health-related or urban well-being projects. Some of those, next slide, please. Some of those are fully technological, like app-based solutions, but I'm even more interested, and I urge you to also think of just that kind of social experiments and nudging people. There might be a technological component, but it can just push people towards more sustainable and healthier lifestyle options, like walking meetings, light mobility, public transport usage, but also that kind of health tracking. Next slide, please. But our overall approach is that we have tackling this health or urban well-being topic by 3x3-dimensional framework, meaning that we as developers, we focus on the infrastructure side, what we develop, then collaboration with employers, and then the community itself. And it's not only the physical health part, it's also the mental and the social health issues. So whatever solution or idea or program that you could have in your drawer or in mind, then however it fits under this framework, we are gladly supporting your engagement with either the employees or towns. Last slide. And we have actually engaged in collaboration with University of Tartu. We have developed Ülemiste City health model and lots of health, that kind of data-based trackers. This is almost like a guidance document for any additional applied research project that you could test and develop with Ülemiste City. And it's not only the community, we have also a growing health district with 2 operating health houses or clinics even that provide also that kind of medical support and services around those programs. So this is the topic I wanted to present today. However, we are gladly welcoming any mobility or infrastructure or digitalization projects as well in Ülemiste. Thank you.
Thank you for maybe in the center, then they can hear you better.
Okay. Yeah, interesting, and I think at the moment very broad offer from the university. So I think maybe in a future discussion that could be narrowed down a little bit more. But I heard the keyword nudging, which is something I know that a lot of Okay, we should move forward to the design. And I think next one is Kenya from Poland. We have someone, Mike?
Kenya?
Welcome. Are we asking? Are you asking about Kenya? Because yes, that's me.
Great. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jonas Kamleh, and thank you for this chance to present the project. Kenya is a city of 250,000 people. We are located in northern Poland. And when it comes to the idea of help box, it originates from our experiences and challenges we had after the outbreak of war in Ukraine. Then we had hundreds of thousands of people coming to Poland, and we had to distribute big amounts of necessities in a very short time. So thanks to people involved in public institutions, but also foundations and associations of different types and NGOs, we completed the mission. But we have learned our lesson, and we would like to create a system that would be able to support to support people in crisis. And this is where Helpbox comes. So it will be a system of boxes located within the city. And can I have the next slide, please? So the system will be based on a system that we are familiar with, namely parcel machines. So it will be a system of machines with boxes where people can put the products they want to donate, and those who are in need can just receive the products they need. It will have a screen, a coding system, and it will guarantee the privacy and intimacy. And you will have a special type of application that would allow to see what is available and also to say what kind of products, what kind of things you need. And can I have the next one, please? And when it comes to this system, we believe that this system will definitely help NGOs to more efficiently manage their time, because they could focus on direct contact with people, and they wouldn't have to spend hours distributing products. It can be fully automated. And this is where Helpbox comes. So we believe that the system can can work on a long-term basis. And I hope that not only the people who are in need, but also NGOs can benefit from the system. And since the machines will be located in the city, we believe that it will also help to raise the awareness of the constant need to help, as well as promote the zero waste movement. So this is the system I wanted to present to you. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot. There's a minute left. Are there any questions online or in person? If not, I can imagine similar systems could also be applied to other situations, not just to refugee crisis. So I can imagine other cities might want to develop something similar in their cases. So please also remember to vote after this event. So next we're going back to Tel Aviv. Their second challenge.
Hi, thank you. So the second challenge that we would like to present is the city under construction. You can go on, please. So Tel Aviv right now is building a new light rail system, and a metro system is in planning phase now and is due to start construction in the next 2 to 3 years. So in total, we have 6 lines that are being built. In the top picture, you can see the first line that opened last August. So one line of the light rail system is already running, and we have 2 lines in construction and 3 metro lines that are due to start construction very soon. You can go on, please. We are expected to be in construction for the next 20 years in the center of the city. So the impact on the city of Tel Aviv is very, very big, unprecedented, like we've never seen before. Many of the main roads are closed completely to thorough traffic, and some roads are closed some days and some nights. On the bottom left, you can see one of the main roads of the city of Tel Aviv, Ibn Gabirol. So the impact is also on many bus routes, which are being diverted into smaller streets. So even the small, quiet streets in the city are highly affected. We have a very narrow space which is left for both pedestrians and cyclists. So the impact is very large on the residents, on the businesses, of course, on the cultural institution, educational institution, and the daily lives of everyone in the city. You can go on. So what the city has done so far. First of all, it is important to notice that the project is a national project, which is executed by the government, the Ministry of Transport, and is within municipal boundaries of the city. So the municipality is a kind of mediator between the local interest of businesses, residents, the public, the cultural institution, and the project, which is being run by the government. So the municipality has to come up with new solutions. So for example, traffic management solutions, how to allow thorough traffic, cars, trucks, to go through the city when so many of the main roads are being closed to traffic. And for one additional example is the city is now having new guidelines for businesses, for example, how to allow restaurants and cafes to have tables and chairs outside when the construction is on the road just outside the business. It's a very, very big challenge. And you can also see on the top right picture, the main road, it's another main road in Tel Aviv, Allenby Street, which is being completely closed to traffic. And the pedestrians and cyclists have to go on the space that is left just outside the businesses. So we have these situations where the restaurant have to have chairs and tables outside, and this is also the only road that is available for pedestrians and cyclists together. Okay, you can go on. So what we are actually looking for in terms of solutions is new tools and mechanisms for the management of the public space. Okay, if you can go on. So the main question is who controls the public sphere when it is a nationally run project within the municipal boundaries. And you can see one example on the picture here on the left, which is the project that the municipality is doing now in the leftover spaces which are left over on the road, to have some kind of public space for the businesses and for the residents to sit outside. So we will be happy to have new solutions on how to run the public space when the entire city is under construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is another very interesting challenge. Close to my heart, my neighborhood was dug up like last year for a long time. I was really, really angry resident. So I would really like to see some system that kind of actually informs me from day to day where can I actually walk. It's quite annoying. Any questions from the audiences, online or offline? No, but I believe construction work and road renovations are topic important for every city. So I think we will wait and see if someone else is interested to join forces with you. Thank you very much from Tel Aviv.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're traveling to Finland, Finnish Bay Area and crisis of empty commercial real estate. Do we have a representative here?
Yes, I am here.
So the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So my name is Gustav Valtonen from Finland, representing the cities of Espoo and Tampere from Finland and city of Kirkenes from Norway. So we have been working with all of the three cities and identified similar problematics and similar wishes for all of them to tackle the crisis of empty real estate in the cities. Also, kind of part of this package is the company I represent, mainly Finnish Bay Area Development, which is a development company working on some very large real estate and infrastructure between Finland and Estonia. And the Smart City Innovation Cluster, that's a cluster of different players in the smart city space, more than 120 companies, biggest ones being like Nokia or Microsoft, and smallest ones, very small early stage startups. Next slide, please. So why is it important to solve this issue? So what the cities are witnessing and kind of how we see that there are some issues to tackle is that after the pandemic, there has been a big change in how people work, where people work, and it is impacting the number of empty, vacant real estate. So there's less space needed for what there was before the pandemic. And this is purely due to the shift in kind of where and how people work. This is very important for the cities also to tackle, because if there's a lot of vacant commercial buildings, real estate in the city area, it impacts kind of how the city is perceived as whether it's a vibrant city, livable city, and so on. So many economic and social impacts all around. Of course, there's a lot of value in the buildings. So the more buildings are used, the more they are perceived as having value. And good also to keep in mind that building new buildings is one of the major sources of CO2 emissions in the world. I actually heard the number that we are building one new London on planet Earth every month from now until 40 years forward at this rate that we are going. So important to keep in mind that repurposing and using what we have to full extent is very important. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the problem summarized, inefficiency today, more and more unused spaces and real estate. How do we make the best out of that? Market adaptability. So cities are having difficulties to rapidly adapt to changing needs, and the needs can come in different shapes and forms. So it's not just that we suddenly receive a large amount of refugees or people coming from kind of their home countries or are fleeing to find new places, peaceful places to live in. But it can also be new types of groups, let's say digital nomads, startup people who want places where they can do testing, piloting, or work in a different way. And they need different types of spaces for that. And the market adaptability also covers kind of the repurposing of real estate. So it's taking a very long time to do to go through all of the bureaucracy that usually is there. It can be years before a building is repurposed with the proper stamps in the paper before it can actually be taken into use. And of course, the sustainability aspect. So construction of new real estate is taking time, and it's not always the best solution. And as I explained, not the most sustainable one either. Next slide, please. So what we have is a portfolio of different types of solutions that tackle these issues. So we have solutions that help to make repurposing of buildings faster, more convenient, and take into account kind of the different needs of the different, let's call them customer groups or user groups. We also have solutions that will help to discover the undiscovered or the hidden resources within the buildings, so within suburban areas of the cities, so that new groups of users can start to use the spaces. And we were also asked, I think, in the brief for this session that what would be the metrics or what would be the fields of study. So we have given some ideas here that use rates of real estate, changes in the usage, speed of reacting to repurposing needs of spaces, what was left unbuilt, how many jobs, how many companies created, and so on. And of course, then dipping into the impact metrics, which would be very interesting to see somebody develop for this space, so that we can really evaluate kind of the wide impact of repurposing buildings. I stop here. I think I've used my 2 or 3 minutes. So any questions, anyone?
Thank you. I think it's another very interesting challenge. Are there any quick questions? Victoria, please.
Did I understand correctly that what you're looking for is a tool which provides different metrics or different data about the impact of repurposing the building, so that you could convince the city officials?
It's not about convincing the city officials. They are very interested in this. So Espoo, Tampere, the second and third biggest cities in Finland, super interested in this, and they have already done some experiments. But what would be helpful is that when these pilots or these actions are taken, it would be useful for the cities to be able to show evidence that, hey, this actually works. So basically, we're looking for the framework of metrics, impact metrics, how we can show that what we have done actually has the desired impact, or what kind of an impact it has.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right.
We need to move forward with our today's agenda. So next one is one of my favorite destinations this year, Thessaloniki in Greece. So do we have a representative online on affordable housing?
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you online. I'm
Yes.
Giorgos from Thessaloniki, and I'm here to present our challenge about affordable housing. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So, what is the main problem of unaffordable housing is that there is no coherent housing policy in Greece. And this creates a spiral that furthers more, enhances more this challenge. First of all, there is an entry point of companies and institutional investors. So short-term lending, student housing, medium-term lending for expats and digital nomads. And on this, the state is also further amplifies this challenge by the issue of golden visas via investments and taxing the regulatory advantages to services. So housing has become an investment and tourism product in Greece. And at the same time, there is a total absence of social housing stock. So in Greece, there is 0% social housing stock right now, not a single apartment. However, there are many vacant building stock. So, for example, in the metropolitan area of Thessaloniki, there are slightly more over 500,000 buildings, which a quarter of them is empty. And this goes hand in hand with an increase on property prices and rents. For example, property prices have increased 16.5% in 2023, and there is a 4% increase since 2018, which further exaggerates a broader cost of living crisis where almost half the population needed to reduce clothing and traveling expenses and increase expenses regarding heating and commuting, while 3/4 of the population needed to increase their food expenses. So what the municipality and the major development agency of Thessaloniki are trying to do to address this challenge. Let's go to the next slide. So Thessaloniki is the only city to have a local, affordable and social housing strategy. It has collaborated with the local university, Aristoteles University of Thessaloniki, and has now an evidence-based policy making and programming approach, which is funded by a pilot project on social housing by RFF. So 30 apartments will be renovated in Thessaloniki to create the first public stock of social housing via its social rental agency in order to produce affordable housing in Thessaloniki with a long-term commitment. So, and in order to do that, the main focus will be to use public owned buildings or from some public and private foundations. In order to do that, we have created mechanisms and protocols. There is a social rental agency, a specific body to undertake all this work, and we have started now the procurement stage in order to do the renovation this summer. But this is just a small pilot project to showcase what we could do in the future. And the idea is to have an emblematic case against touristification in the city center that also promotes climate neutrality and has a social impact. So let's go to the next slide and see the sketching out of a pilot, what we would like to see. There are three main pillars of this. We would like to see something that is participatory, resilient, and smart. For us, participatory is a learning process. We do not expect to learn to know everything beforehand, but we, through participation of citizens and other stakeholders, we learn, we reflect during the process. And of course, we need a multi-stakeholder engagement, not only the municipality of citizens, but also local actors of the neighborhood. And we want it to be place-based and to have an asset-based approach. So to think of the assets, not only monetary assets or building, but also the community bonds and how people interact in a specific neighborhood. Regarding resilience, we should note that there are some chronic stresses in the city. For example, each year, more than 50,000 students come to rent houses in Thessaloniki because Thessaloniki is a student city, but there is also abrupt shocks that happen and we cannot manage it so far. There are some plans, but we are currently building them. But in order to be resilient, we should rethink our infrastructure and services. So what we should maintain, what we should adapt, and what we should transform. And of course, this resilience has a community aspect because we would like to enhance a sense of caring among communities and have a meaningful narrative for people to continue and stay and create in the city of Thessaloniki. And regarding smart, we understand that every technological solution should be disseminated in people, in local communities. So we would like to have a knowledge sharing and capacity building for the people we work with. And of course, with distributed social solidarity economy and common initiatives. So new groups of people who are mostly based in fulfilling local needs. And the smart solution should be a hybrid solution, having infrastructure that is both a physical place, like a makerspace, a library of things, a people for people gathering at local level that is also accompanied by digital infrastructures that enables people to participate even when they are not able to go into the physical space. So thank you very much. This was my presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, you have all the time. But if there are any questions, feel free to drop them also in the chat, and you can communicate there virtually as well. We need to move on, so we go back to Pärnu again. So welcome to the stage for the third time today. This is the go ahead.
Now I will speak about database of Pärnu urban data. There is no common system and environmental possible data for the whole urban space. We need all possible data related to the urban space to be used later. For example, materials. We need all possible data related to the urban space to be used later. For example, materials, heights, volumes, road surface, and landscaping. Building material, 3 types. We need an easy, cheap, and quick solution to get all possible data quickly. For example, we would need roof material data to find out if the roof material absorbs or radiates heat. This would provide an opportunity to analyze, for example, the impact of heat islands on the area. The pavement material in terms of heat island effect. What kind of road surface is it, and whether it absorbs or radiates heat. Also, one example what we have discussed inside our departments is need of demonstration of planning using virtual reality. Demonstration of new planning if something is being built next to someone's house. For example, citizen can see, there can be shown citizen how the building being built will look next to their home. A citizen could put, for example, glasses on their head and be able to take virtual walk to see what this situation will be. Currently, the data is not available from the source and is scattered around, and in some cases still not even in digital form. The priority is big because city planning is going more technical, and we need to include as much data as possible to make better decisions in city planning. It is not a problem only in the city of Pärnu. Smaller cities don't have the resources to develop individual data collecting systems, especially from the environment directly, and all cities need planning. As the cities need to go greener, they need as much data as possible to make the right decisions. A good solution would consist of data collection directly from the city environment itself with drones or some other solution.
Thank you very much. Our data people, do you have any questions? No? Okay, thank you. For the third challenge, I think another interesting opportunity to work on and find yourself allies among other cities. And now we're traveling to Brussels, my frequent destination these last years. Do we have someone? Anyone?
Yes, I think they are setting up.
So you can start. Go ahead. We do not hear you for whatever reason.
Digital twin, and we hope that this project will attract your interest and pave the way to a future collaboration. Next. So we plan to develop a digital twin to help the Brussels authorities promote green spaces, because that's what everyone has in an urban space, more green spaces, and to better monitor, therefore, the characteristics of trees, especially the underground parts.
We can't hear again. I think the connection is.
Yeah, something is happening with the sound. We can't hear you now.
Okay, okay.
Now
Can you
we
hear me?
can. Now we
Yeah.
can. It somehow comes and goes.
Oh, yes, I have just a lady that's sending me through WhatsApp at this moment. I just told her to stop sending it through.
Okay, let's try again.
Yes. All right. So, yeah, so sorry. And so Tree Roots Urban Digital Twin. So we plan to develop a digital twin to help the Brussels authorities promote green spaces and better monitor the characteristics of trees, especially for underground parts, namely the roots, soil and water triptych. So next slide. All right. So when we work in coordination of works, etc., there is one major issue is that sometimes we forget these roots. So there is in urban tree management and in general, the management of the underground, we kind of forget the roots and the roots that grow as well. Therefore, next slide. Therefore, yes, we think that we should start thinking about kind of a digital twin of the underground. And first of all, before showing the challenge that we want to tackle is some people have heard about the standard called CityGML, and we think that in the challenge, this is an interesting standard that we could use for a 3D city model because it's both about buildings, it's about the infrastructure, and then it's about the vegetation and the trees, all of them in the same model. And so that's something that we could be using in the Tree Roots Urban Digital Twin. So next slide, and there is an animation. So we start indeed from this city GML. You can click. Yeah. And why city GML? Because this standard enables detailed modeling of trees, both above the ground and under the ground. And as you see here, it also permits seasonal changes. So there are roots that when the tree grows, it takes into account the changes of the roots and above. So in the challenge, we think that we could use this CityGML model that will take into account the 3D modeling of underground infrastructure, such as foundations, soils, telecom cables, and all that, and illustrate it with an interaction of tree roots. So therefore, with CityGML and maybe BIM, we could completely design solutions underground that would protect these roots. One element that we have in Brussels that we could add to a challenge of multiple cities is that we have an interesting existing platform of utility data exchange, where when one does a work, they inform the other one of the works being done. And we could, in this challenge, think about adding the tree as an element of the underground that would also be pushed towards this kind of web platform of the underground, and even in a standardized way. So in conclusion, well, we hope that this challenge of including tree roots, very important, as you know, in climate change, we have to, the trees are important, and at the same time, a lot of cities will have to dig a lot in the underground in the next years to change gas pipes, add electricity. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. and I already see one of our researchers who wants to ask a question, unsurprisingly. And now you have 1 minute.
Did you say me?
Yes.
Oh, hello, nice to meet you. So my colleague Lauri Lemenetti has probably already been in touch with you and told me that I would be here today listening to your presentation. So I'm representing here Finnish researchers who have been working with algorithmic vegetation and also CityGML in the Green Twins pilot project. And we are now doing some first level version also with the tree roots. And we are very interested in collaborating with you for this challenge. So I'm looking forward to being in touch with you about this.
Yes, okay, thank you. Looking forward to build also on top of this, the first challenge that you have elaborated in Helsinki.
Great. I think, yes, this is a good opportunity to work together and continue working together on interesting solutions, but we have to move forward. Our schedule is quite tight today, and we are finally landing in Tallinn and on this, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Correct. Hi. I should have a couple of slides here. Great. Actually, thank you for presence to leading in the topic. And basically, we are facing same challenges, maybe expanding the topic to all on-the-ground space and space management issues. Yeah, of course, tree roots has been in focus lately, but actually all the structures and objects and other conditions on the ground are challenging to manage. Maybe if you can change the slide, next slide, then the view is a little bit like this. In the digital and real world, yes, in the digital twins, we can model on the ground what's going on in there, but in many cases, we're still seeing like this very not so understandable image, and then do not understand so much what's going on the ground. The digital twins developed are mainly, or in most cases, working above the ground part that is visible anyhow. But yeah, for a citizen, for example, the picture, real world picture looks like this. They see only what's going on above the ground surface, and the interest about underground isn't felt so much. If we can change next slide, please, then that's the case of how we manage and govern our underground space at the moment. It's like a blind man exploring elephant. That the metaphor is here is mostly about like what individual groups or people understand about what they feel or can see even, but it's difficult to be in, to understand other stakeholders' interests there. And the last slide, I did highlight some points to keep in mind. And the first one to repeat again. Does the system function like?
Yeah, you want to click over it?
Yeah.
Next one, please.
Next one. Yeah, like I said already, it's not unlimited resource, although it feels like we can put everything on the ground, build tunnels and everything else there, but still, we have to keep in mind that's a limited space. Then, the managing and governing the resource is the challenge itself. and a lot of different objects and topics involved in the management learning on the ground. And the research or one analyze was made some years ago in Tallinn, and it stated that more than €1 million loss annually direct costs, but indirect costs should be added, which might be even larger than the direct cost that we can calculate easily. And would like to hear if someone knows a city or country where the challenge does not exist, or they have solved or have good solutions, then I would love to hear and like to meet the person or the city. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I think we can maybe listen to Riga, who has a very similar challenge, and then maybe there are 3 questions for both of you. I think so. Diana, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. So
you want to share your screen, right?
Yeah, I will try. So where it is, screen 3. So how to share it in Zoom? Oh my God.
Green button, share screen.
Oh, share.
Arrow. Yes, great. You can see.
You can see the screen.
Yes, go to presentation mode.
I can't hear you. Wait.
Go to presentation mode.
Okay, where is this presentation mode? Sorry, on my screen.
That one.
Yeah, you can see.
One moment.
Can you see the screen?
We can see the screen. Just give us a moment.
Not a good day for PowerPoints. But I think it's if it
doesn't go, just present it like this, so we don't lose time.
Okay, you see in a different mode. Okay.
But we see just. Yeah.
But you just see. I'll be as fast as possible. Yeah, I listened to the previous presenters, so we have similar challenges. I think I presented this last year. So the basic information about the database and data structure in Riga, and the problem is that we have a big database with different data, historical data about the underground infrastructure. And what we need at this point is that we need to transfer these data to 3D models. As mentioned before, then if it's about surface, then we all know that there are 3D models, but regarding the underground, it's always a big problem. And maybe you can see on the screen that how much data we have here and how big Riga is. I don't dive into details, so then let's go then further. I will try. Okay, next slide. Yeah. No, it's something that's
just move them on the side if you can.
Okay, the second slide. And what the data sources are so far. It's
Sorry, we don't see the second slide, so maybe
you don't see the second slide.
Maybe exit your presentation mode and then you can change them on the side.
Okay. I will stop sharing. I will try once again. Screen 3. Share. It's something wrong with the presentation. It's not moving, yes?
It's not going into presentation mode, so we just see the kind of your view, which would be editing mode.
If you click on the second slide, does it change or keep the same?
Is it changing or
not really?
Getting something on your screen or no? Nothing, yeah? Okay, no.
Or
give
click
me
on the second one, please.
Sorry.
Yes,
yes,
good.
You can see the slide. Yeah?
Yeah.
The second one. Okay, then I found the solution. As I have 3 screens, and this always a big problem. Okay, data sources are mostly topographic plans and measurements after completion of the building process. And as well, we add information that we receive from our utility companies. As we know, then the underground infrastructure is very complicated in the city. So there are a lot of utility companies with a lot of data. And that they are in different formats, and it's not always easy to put them together, not even talking about making them in a 3D model. So what the status quo, you can read it on the slide, but the biggest problem is that the data is spaghetti data, and we do not have this proper database. So it's very hard to put all the data together. There are a lot of historical data with no 3D dimension, so it's even harder to transfer in 3D or to create this 3D underground twin in the model. And the business issues, of course, resources. If we have good data, high quality data, that it always means that we do not have to spend that much money validating what's on site. So fewer site visits, less inspections, and I think more good decisions from the city side. Of course, if there is high quality data, we can mitigate those some risks and some risks of unnecessary costs and damage. It's very important, as I noticed that in Tallinn you have the idea that the damages might cost around 1 million. Yeah, so did I understand correctly? So if there are some damages done to the underground infrastructure, is always very costly to make things better. So it's very important to have a good information. Of course, then we can, if there is information, high quality information, we can make good decisions. And of course, BIM is in the future and it's approaching us, so we have to be ready to put things together, surface and underground as well. And expectations, we would love to study the existing data maintenance processes and how the data is circulated between city utility companies to make the process more effective as well. And we are hoping that we can create some framework for the circulation, that we receive data from utility companies, we can put them together, we can integrate with the information we have. Of course, we are ready to offer some piloting territory, especially we are looking for a densely built up territory. And and create this roadmap for this underground 3D digital twin, including the process, how we can transfer the historical data in 3D data, as this is the biggest problem for us so far. And in order just to show how complicated it looks on the map, and then two more slides. As you can see, the density of the infrastructure is very high, especially in the city center. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Maybe reflecting back to Tallinn, is your starting point similar?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so we already have a pair, let's put it that way, for the challenges. Okay, we are traveling back to Poland, to Gdynia. Great 3D models in urban planning. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully this will be quick as I'm the last one, so I don't have to overstretch. My name is Andrzej Skibiński. I'm representing the city of Gdynia, and we are thrilled to present our entry to this challenge. As you can imagine, the urban planning is a very complex endeavor. It requires collaboration between city officials, investors, designers, and of course, citizens. Each of those groups brings a unique perspective, and the process must balance those diverse needs. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please?
I think it's just changing really slowly.
Okay, thank you. Traditionally, this has been a challenge. However, 3D models of our cities offer a powerful solution. By using those models with a broader city context, all of the stakeholders can visualize how new structures will interact with the existing environment. But to truly create a smart, sustainable, and livable city, we need to go beyond just the visualization. Gdynia proposes to utilize those 3D models for a more comprehensive approach. Next slide, please. Thank you. We want to leverage voxel-based technology originally developed by Blur Technologies for 5G network planning and analysis. This innovative technology would allow us to simulate real-world physical phenomena within the 3D environment. This includes predicting wind flow, noise levels, and heat distribution through the city in response to the new developments. With the support from the Horizon program, we want to unlock the full potential of those models. This funding will enable us to use those models to design and analyze changes to Gdynia's city center and waterfront areas, ensuring smarter, more sustainable development for the future. We believe Gdynia's approach to urban planning with advanced 3D modeling and predictive technology would represent a significant step towards a smarter and more livable future to our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks a lot. Are there any questions for this last challenge from Gdynia?
Just comment in the chat.
I think that's regarding the underground. So I think we have a triplets now for the underground challenge. So that's very good. Do we have anyone from Croatia joining us? Ula in Croatia?
Yes.
You are here?
Yeah. Sorry for being
no
late.
problem.
Yeah, I forgot that we are in different time zone.
It happens to everyone. Don't worry about it. Okay, we can give you your 5 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. Again, sorry for the delay. So our idea was to make a platform for co-creation with citizens, so they can propose some ideas for urban places through the platform that is compatible with GIS. So our
sorry, do you want to share slides as well, or
no, I don't have a presentation. Sorry, because we have to, yeah.
Just to make sure,
So
because
I will just describe what we wanted.
Okay.
So we have participatory approach for budgeting for some small actions in public spaces. So we have a problem that people are not engaged to make proposals. So our idea is to make a platform where people can have a sim city to make proposals, but at the same time they can see how much that costs that they are proposing, and through that through that platform we can co-create public space with people, but at the same time they can see how what they can do according to the law or through the budget. And we have to think about sociological approach to that, so we can motivate them to give us suggestions, not just to give them options. And that platform that is compatible with our system that we already have should have some kind of automatic analysis of what they are proposing, some kind of smart analysis, so they can give us results of what people want and what should we really should make in public space or not.
Right.
And we try to collect ideas of tactical urbanism. So that would be some kind of participatory approach to collect ideas from people, from citizens.
Great, thank you. My question would be probably, have you tried already some platforms? Because, you know, there's quite a few of them out there for citizen engagement and also compatible with GIS systems.
Not yet, but we, as we wrote about that, we already got some informations about some platforms that are out there.
Okay. Good.
So maybe this challenge is not so interesting because there are already solutions for that, but that's
it depends. It depends whether you need something that is not out there, you know, so
yeah.
Yeah, but that can be also discussed individually with the researchers and other cities. Okay, so we've heard all our challenges for today. I bet everyone is completely tired, but I hope everyone's also got a lot of new ideas, have possibly found themselves some partners already among the other cities. And just to conclude our event, I would like to see a slide on this one. Yeah, thanks, Anna. So I have the impossible job to replace Külle for this last slide, but I hope I can do it justice. So some final key takeaways for you to remember that are super, super important. So by June 18, the cities have to vote for the challenges. So each city can vote up to 5 challenges that other cities have proposed, because only those challenges that have more than one city voting for them will go through to the next round. So we encourage you also to promote your challenge through your communications channels. And that doesn't mean calling your grandmother and telling to vote, but that means promoting it among your other city partners. Every city, I think, has city partners. So, but those of you who already met your potential collaborators, I think, you know, Tallinn should vote for Riga and Brussels and so on. So let's create these loops and circles within this process. So after June 18, the final list of challenges will be published online on our website. And but the researchers should already start thinking about the challenges a little bit earlier than that. My advice is to, if you have found a challenge that you're super interested in, start contacting your city already now, because the cities go on vacation on August. I can tell you that the Nordic ones are totally offline in July. The South ones are totally off in August, so there's this division. So don't leave it to the last minute and start thinking about the challenges you want to work with already now and start contacting your cities before September comes. And then once we have this final list, then you start working on your solution ideas. The solution idea is only 3 pages long and you can submit it by September 16, and the template is on our homepage. And then September 25th is the next seminar date for everyone to listen to the first ideas and to start looking for more partners to go forward with your solution ideas. Okay, the final slide is a reminder that all the information is on our website, finacenter.eu. Please follow us also on social media. I think our communications team is very good at reminding about, putting on reminders about the key dates on LinkedIn, X, Facebook, and everywhere else. We are always happy to remind you in every possible way. But from my side, thank you to all presenters who were here in person and who were joined us online. I know it's sometimes difficult to do this and find time for it. And let's hopefully work together and find new and interesting solutions to your problems. Thank you.